I have the Magic School Bus theme song stuck in my head. PB's been watching.
You saw a couple tournaments in the previous season
Good,
where on big
not
stages
evening,
he showed that
afternoon,
he
Club
could
Gold.
be the best player in the server. His debut event at IM Cologne with Navi was fantastic.
That was some muscle memory right there.
Major performance in the playoffs, also excellent too. But now you're seeing it on a regular basis. It's not just when the lights are brightest. He's become a system player, one who has reeled his play into a point where
Serena
he is
spam
now a lot more
incoming.
concerted with his efforts, not just gung-ho, guns a-blazing. He's actually recognizing, okay, I'm going to live a little bit longer in this round. I'm going to play this situation a little bit smarter. And that's exactly what you would expect when you have somebody like Blade right behind you, scrutinizing every move you make.
Yeah, what do you think about what he said in the interview?
Convoluted, but one
That sounds bad.
it's convoluted
Don't
and
goof
when you're
around,
entering,
Emily.
but once you get into the flow of it, you recognize where you
OBS.
have for wiggle room in a round, where you actually have in terms of
I don't know if that was
where
a
your volition
hard
can
crash
take
or
you.
a soft
And
crash.
so the options that Makaze had in the past probably felt very constricting,
kind of
but
crash.
now he's freed himself and recognizes where he actually can strike in a round, where he can upset the balance.
Okay, what's the maximum of rounds FaZe get here in the first map?
Oh my
Pull
goodness.
us out of
Well, it is their
purgatory.
pick.
Yeah, it is
It
actually.
is their pick, so I think they have to have something in tow. I'm gonna say eight rounds to me would be a good debut for FaZe.
All right, let's see how FaZe does here up against Navi as we kick it over to Launders, and Scrawny looks different.
They're still talking. We're in a
Damn
bop
it,
in
stole my
Discord for a sec.
material. Welcome to day one of Fort Worth, and we are starting off with a couple of stand-ins.
Right, yeah, and you here as well. I'm obviously filming in for a couple of days in the group stage, and it's going to be a lot of fun here in Texas. Nice to be back. You know, this one's a crazy game because FaZe coming off the back of obviously huge news and huge changes and no time to adapt, and they're up against, would you say, the
Welcome
second best team of the
Mox and
season
welcome
so far?
Julian.
Yeah, like a team that had.
You bebs hop into the Discord. Please do not forget to
They'll be top 5, they'll make playoffs.
screen check them, their rules in entry, pass, and rules, and I can reel you in offline. It's not magical. There's no bot that does it.
But it didn't feel like they were a real
I
tournament.
just like pressing
for the,
buttons. Just
end of
let a
last
girl
year.
press
Now they're
buttons.
just a mainstay. Now they should be, as Maui said, there should be some.
That's all we
pressure
need
on
in
them to
life.
actually close out in playoffs and
The little
also make grand
things, the
finals
simple
and actually
joys.
go toe to toe with a team like Vitality to take a trophy. I'm in line with those expectations, and I think this will be the
Oh,
point for
that was
Navi
satisfying.
Where they disappoint or they
Did a crap ton of yard work today.
Expectations, because I think
That
it's
felt
fire
so
possible
good.
that they can win. Blade already
I
played
didn't
that
realize my
in
hands
their
were so
last couple of
tense.
events. They were going to test their firepower to see if they could stand toe to toe with guys like ZywOo, right? With the lineup that they have, and I don't know if they've met those expectations, because when they still play against Vitality, it's not like they can just beat them.
It felt good.
But at the same time, you see that they're still consistent at a very high level.
Yeah, they were
That
getting
was
outgunned by Apex in that
satisfying.
quarterfinal
I need to
match.
clean my
So keep that
desk.
in mind for Navi, but other than that, some great tournaments,
It's a
a great
mess.
couple of runs here for this team. You know, I want to hear your thoughts on FaZe though, because are you ready to retire the FaZe magic, the FaZe BS? Are you still buying
Cheers.
into the fact that hey, when FaZe are in the server, anything's possible? Or now with Karrigan gone, is that disappearing?
So I realized
I'm kind of the only guy that's gonna have
Looking at
to
my
pick up
scraps.
before the major even begins.
I'm doing my
So
nails
am I
the
gonna
other
go with
night.
it now? I don't know what to do. Like they were always like an
There was
outside
sticky
favorite or a dark horse, or,
adhesives.
like basically no chance, but they'll still make finals. Now
I
they're
think that were
literally not
supposed to be
there.
used with the glue.
Now, FaZe was
Some
Stanton,
mistakes were
normally
possibly
the things
made.
to talk about, but that's usually because of Karrigan's call.
I'm gonna
and
keep
Yeah,
those,
ability
and I'm
to
gonna
fit
keep the
anybody in
file,
on
and
short
everything
notice.
else is garbage.
And now what we see is that
We shall
Twitch
try
is
again
taking
one
over
day.
calling again.
I ripped them all
This
off though, and I
would've
broke some
happened
of them.
if Karrigan was still in the lineup, so we have
So I
to
can't
put
try to
that out there
redo them.
first. But the caveat to that is that he's had experience calling on Liquid, then he's given up the role, probably learned
This
a
is
lot
fine.
as he's put that role down and then
This is
played it with
fine.
Karrigan again. I imagine that's actually taught him another
And they're
sort
off.
of a lot more about the role and how he fits into the role. And so it'll be another real stab at it. But at the very least, he should be very decent. I mean, we know that.
Very decent.
We're on a map we don't see very often these days. Anubis.
Someone who often functions on very decent. It
Navi
could
probably
be
not
better.
knowing what to expect in this series from a team that can't really prep against. The nephew in the server as well, standing in from Ence's side of things.
Oh,
has
crab
already
apples.
Just gone full finish.
I was supposed to figure out paperwork this afternoon.
Navi's very strong in this pistol.
I forgot about that.
All the way up water.
I knew I was forgetting something. I just thought it was something less important.
Navi might announce with a Molotov. Jacob doesn't know.
Definitely some subversive pressure going on here, whether he knows it or not. So this Molly will shoo him back, and Makaze will hear a couple of ticks of damage and get a few shots off, but no headshot.
This is all a fake. They've pulled them entirely out of the A side right now. Netu's eyes on, but that push from B is going to open things up. Frozen on the flank. Rotate, start to move. FaZe putting 3 players in the last second in this site. Na'Vi are announcing it. They're coming in with 3 players of their own, but FaZe are ready. Numbers in position. Brokey's Julie's dead first. Twist can't connect the headshot. He's getting blocked on his teammate as well. So Na'Vi, more space taken in this pistol. And through the smoke comes one more. This is going to get messy as Glocks run dry. Jacob comes through with 2, but I don't know if there's time or a chance here for FaZe. Bombs put down. Flank is in, but Jacob reads it. Triple kill for the young Pole and a 1v2 for Frozen. They don't need to give him a thing. Peek off Alexis contact. They go swinging together, and Na'Vi bounce out of that pistol with a smile on their face.
It was kind of a good round for FaZe from the perspective of they didn't fall for the fake and they immediately rotated 3 over. But the 3 guys that came over weren't all able to be useful at the same time, all playing in rotator spots, so no one got committed. And you can see the fights from the Glock from the site. There was no one in a crossfire position to really take that first frag, distract them, slow them down on the main choke point. And in the end, it was just Jacob to get all his frags. Now, we know about Jacob on pistol rounds. He can be excellent. So at least as a team that's calling and that's something we're looking for, FaZe make the right move. They don't fall for what Na'Vi have for them, which speaks to the prep. They're the ones who come in prepared for Anubis, but Na'Vi can already
I need this theme song out of my
Map
head.
at least where you're going to get a lot of freedom to make your moves,
Too much.
right? A little more. I think this map comes down to being random at
Magic
times on
school
CT side, right?
bus.
Knowing whether the whole map is quiet, we've lost mid. Do we push B? Do we push A? Do we take water? And without full info, you're kind of wondering into the unknown. Is it an empty position and you can full flank, or is the whole team waiting for you? FaZe at least make the right move in that pistol, but it's Na'Vi to take it and a full eco in the second.
It does make it unfun to try to get
tomorrow.
information back. You always feel like you're just gambling, basically. And speaking of, they do have a stack here on A. I always prefer one guy on the other site, just because if you're gonna have a better feeling of when to commit if the other site's open. Right now they've got no audio at all
Forgot to post a snap.
since Valentine's Day.
Damn.
Wow.
Great
No
That's
love
what I was
lost,
thought
though.
on.
No love lost.
Thought I was more on par with forgetting.
Just kidding. There
but
might be a little bit of love lost.
JK.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't the perfect ending for FaZe. They might get what they want in this round. Players coming into middle, flash ready, don't want to go too soon. And actually, Na'Vi pull back, leaving just Alexi in middle, and he spots them. It's quiet, too quiet.
Need more
Into
chaos.
middle, Alexi, he may as well hang around and fight. He's got the Mac 10 after all. Gonna swing them together. One is not a lot, but B-side's lost, and the round should fall as well here for Na'Vi. So FaZe looking for scraps. A couple of exits, but that bomb ain't big.
I tried this with Connor, but I really wanted to call that Kool-Aid.
Scraps. Wasn't that the name of the dog and the Lady and the Tramp too?
Someone does come
No,
flying
Scamp.
through it.
You can pull it out today.
Yeah, all right.
You're improved.
That's what that dog was.
The leash is off.
All right. Well, farm session here for
Decent.
Imma and the 2-0 start. And all Na'Vi are hoping is that they can just get into a nice rhythm on a map that they know. It's always a risk to bring out a new map, no matter how much you prepped it or whatever. Once you play in the official, it's always that Mike Tyson quote, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And sometimes that's what can happen, absolutely. But I do love the immediate, just like, we've got something new for you, considering
Phone's
we're coming
gonna
in with a new team. And we didn't have much
That
time
was
to
gonna
prepare
die.
for this.
He's going for the Furia buy. Despite full eco second round, they get MP9 and armor. I like it when teams do this. It feels like a good map for it as well. Not expecting rifles.
This is the Aurora buy for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's it. They love those MP9s as well.
I feel like Fallen did it first.
He was around first, so
maybe it was art. I don't know how long this is, how old it is.
Okay. See, that would also add up for sure. Man, but once again, just like fog of war over on the A side. Absolutely no information on half the map here
I
for
think
FaZe.
OBS is done crashing. I'd like to
Likely
think so
is it
anyway.
that the full exec comes where Navi don't scout this out? I feel like it's not that likely. Like, how often are you going to see a team like Navi run into a full stack without getting some information first?
It's not a blind exec
I don't know
team.
if this chord works or not. Oh, it does.
They are going to go
Yay.
middle, so avoiding the worry for now. FaZe with flash set up a B. Navi
We're leaving.
putting pressure on this A side. You'll see that bomb is going back. So as long as FaZe don't worry too much with all this util on the other side of the map, the bomb is coming their way.
They are trying to, throw a fake to get them to rotate the wide side around, but the split is coming in the right direction. So this could be a golden call here for FaZe Clan. Again, not often that you see Navi make a mistake in this situation.
What you
but
clicking around and
absolutely,
doing,
these
Pips?
MP9s will hurt.
Yeah, they're going to shred pretty quickly.
You don't
Smoke
know.
comes down. Frozen waits for his time to strike, and that's actually a team flash that makes it very uncomfortable. But for who? 15 seconds here, Navi. Are you going to get this bomb down or not? Trains go quick, but not quick enough. Chased down by the MP9.
Lot of
Almost
tape from
saves the round. He has
Harley
bailed
gun
them
on
out,
there.
and it's into the 1v1. Full stick. Wonderful puts it in. Netu taking his timing, and the swing from Wonderful secures that for Navi into the entirety of FaZe. Go Navi, and they come out with the round.
Honestly,
Not gonna lie,
nice.
still very impressed that FaZe pull out the stack. They commit to it. They're right that Navi are going to work the map, but not go in for a scout at all. And nearly coming away with a round, even though they don't win it with these 5 players, they don't have the best guns in the world, so it's not bad. And if Hima doesn't get this second kill, I think it is over. That bomb probably doesn't even get planted. Very fine margins in this situation.
And just the swing in the 1v1 as well.
Yeah.
Love to see that from Wonderful. He has definitely been renewed in this recent rise for Navi. He's going to bring you up quick into A main, knowing Brokey's definitely got his in this round. It's a costly bit of damage. So Molly HE down low.
I want suckers.
Brokey in middle waiting.
This is how I end up making a mess
Waiting
everywhere because I go to
for
put
full
something
buy
away.
round.
I'm like, well, maybe I want to
Grim
save.
X, and Brokey gets headshot by
Maybe.
the captain of Navi to kick it off.
You never know.
Just a touch risky in this. Perfect approach side there from Alexi B. Just the right amount of suspicion.
You never know.
And even though that last round was close, it doesn't mean just because they upgrade their weapons that they'll suddenly win.
Pressure keeps Jacob honest. RV1A main, but FaZe waiting
My
in the
rose-colored
smoke. There's only one
glasses
player
on.
here. 2 kills feels impossible, but he's going to cut them off.
Might not be that bad.
Oh no way, a lot of players running. They go deep. FaZe move in, but there's a second
this is
player cleared
weird
after
to
the
watch
fact.
through that.
Wonderful taking down the flank. And they're ready for one more as well. So this is Navi onto a dominant start. to this map.
Snackies for the
Seaside,
boys.
Anub is always a nice place to be.
Maybe they want some snacks
Navi
at half.
reveling in that fact.
Welcome, Smoops. Good afternoon.
Phase that smoke on. Hey, they're already playing. You can
Hope
already
the day
see
has been
how they're
kind to
playing
you so
different.
far.
Like they're doing some stuff that I feel like, and you know,
We're
what,
doing
it's-
clean
it is a
up,
new roster,
clean up.
And I think in the spirit of
Everybody,
Eric,
everywhere.
he's somebody who if
Clean
he brought
up,
someone new
clean
into the
up.
team, he would adapt that team to that player. I mean,
Everybody.
and I don't know if this is a good example, but
Except
remember
only
was it
Serena,
the
do
Battle
your
Run with JKS,
share.
Yeah.
where they made him into an entry fragger out of nowhere, and it was perfect.
You have to play
Sour
full
Patch
stand
Kids has a
for
new
Ray,
candy.
It's crazy, but
As it has something to do with the watermelon ones. I love the watermelon ones.
A brand new team with,
I used to buy
with
those from the
notice.
vending machine in school all the time.
Real ones
They're so
remember
good.
Bowman.
I haven't had them in years. I want them now. Has the sour powder they use inside of chewy candy. Oh, that sounds like it'll pull my teeth out of my head. But that sounds delicious.
Went out on a high.
Went out on a
Is it like extra chewy or is it the same amount of chewy as regular Sour Patch Kids?
You know, we're talking standards.
I'm imagining a
Also,
thicker chew.
exactly. New coach for FaZe.
I have other suckers out here also
Bubbly
that I
leadership.
forgot about. I lost a Nerf.
bubbly leader.
Which is is that an oxymoron?
Oh no.
I mean, it could mean happy.
Where did it go?
It could mean fun.
Right there.
Vibes,
Vibes, yeah. Okay.
but also
Oh,
accountable.
all of this all over.
See what you know. There's a lot to do for a new coach in this team right now. Starting off easy.
Much fell down that I was not aware of.
Straight up Hail Mary into this B site.
I appreciate the tempo. As soon as they
Oh,
do any kind of
this
check,
and this.
Off is ready to do damage. Jacob won't be ready for this. Oh, damn, he definitely is.
What's this really quick? It
That
has a different texture. It's kind of like gum, but you can eat it. Oh, that's not too like hard though. That's better. Oh, that's a backup laptop charger.
This is the kind of thing that inspires hope when it comes to Navi. That's a huge recovery now.
I wasn't sure why a box so small would be so
Well,
heavy.
he can't get to
That's
these
why.
guns just yet. He's gonna have to take a couple extra seconds.
So you'd love the old hole in middle. Etio has no idea. It could be in the A side right now.
I learned today.
He wait up the mid smoke. Grouped all three players.
Why did that fall too?
Answer here for Navi, able to
Get
just
up
trade
there.
out the lesser weapons. Still no
Stand
way
up
to
and
retreat.
fight.
He literally
Like
could
a
not have
man.
been in a better
Boxes.
background spot. Totally blind to phase at the moment. Who have to guess?
That's
By
better.
the time they know that bomb is going to be down, there's no kit, there's no util.
It's like a mix between gum and Laffy Taffy. That sounds delicious.
And then they can leave the op to start
Especially
to
with the
roam
sour
around.
inside.
You can't just peek all of a sudden.
I want it.
Look how
I
much
want it
space Navi
specifically in the
has.
watermelon form though.
You lock up on that smoke.
Your neighbor's chickens are coming over to visit.
But I think FaZe should walk away. There are guns to take
Is it a
back
friendly
inside.
visit or are they scary chickens?
Looks like Broky's gonna
Chickens
wrap
make
up
me
on
kinda
the
nervous.
Nexus
Gunther
GT,
loves
and they
chickens.
could just get a full punish here.
Chickens make me nervous.
Best case.
They've never been nice to me.
They go for
But I want chickens one day. I feel like if I raise them from babies, then I'll be confident around them. And they'll be nice and sweet. And love me.
I'm shocked
And
that
then
FaZe
it'll
go
be
for
okay.
damage,
But every
over
chicken I've met has,
guaranteed guns, but
like, gotten an attitude with me. And it's nerve-wracking.
Navi gives them nothing.
They can
So
smell
two
my
weekends
fear.
down that B bomb site, none retrieved by FaZe.
They're like both skittish and bossy.
Discipline. Everything's perfect so far. Again, a great. This is after Jacob.
They seem very skittish. If you
recovery.
walk out to look at them, they run back to their yard.
Make sure they got this kill.
Aww.
They have a lurk in place.
They're like, oh wait, no, just kidding. I didn't mean to be that social.
They have options open. They're not getting tunnel vision.
So the chickens are basically me. Hi, Zeke. I'm doing some good boy stuff.
Get to the territory
And
that
write down
FaZe
on your
lose, it's sort of like,
logs.
well, the map pick is one thing, but also this was kind of like the best case. For
I would
Navi.
say
They're
what silly
like their
geese,
best to
but
do
they're
this.
silly chickens. Roosters are chickens, but not all chickens are roosters. I don't know if there's a specific name for... Oh, a hen. A hen is a female chicken. So there's hens and roosters.
Was covered.
So I guess
They can't contact
that's...
Navi, but they do have a flash. If that catch Broky's position, Molly's
I don't have
good
enough brain
timing,
cells for
and
this.
Navi called it cancelled.
Roosters are chickens.
Looking
Hens
to
are chickens.
cut off with the rest
But
of it.
generally, hen and chicken is
Ready to swing.
interchangeable.
Broky's contact.
Whereas
This
rooster is
now.
male specific.
Great flash. Broky's off.
A shy rooster? That's surprising.
And full
He's
blind
gonna
as
get
well.
eaten
It's a nice
soon.
kill for Broky, but it could just be smoked off. Navi don't have to
He had the
commit here.
the wooble
It's
wooble.
open. If they want to change their mind to go back to that E-bomb site, it looks like they will.
My dad's neighbors down the street, I guess, recently got chickens,
If this lurk plays now, it'd be cut
and
off.
he was judging them,
Heavy mid presence.
or rather judging the roosters.
Lex is gonna slow
It's
it
like,
down,
I'm
so
glad
you
they're
can
further down the road.
They will. That's nice.
Wouldn't want to wake up to that at 5 o'clock in the morning.
The smokes will
The robins
exactly
are
what
enough.
Sentry's trying to go to. Right now, there's no one
We're
else.
on the same wavelength for birds early in the morning sounds. It's evil.
Retake on this site, though.
Yeah,
Only one kid, it's on Frozen. All will be coming in from CT together.
it's gonna be this wonderful op. I feel like it's the most.
I have a
important
red
part of the
tube
round.
of paint still out.
They're
I
low on
do.
numbers, but you'd rather be
It's
this
under
case
the
opposed
Drip
to
Bear stickers. I don't know what to do
You're not
with.
gonna remove more than one in this corner. FaZe have to
How long did it take you to get used to the sound?
bit traded. Wonderful. Was trying to sing from backside, and Emo
That's what I really need to know.
And more from Wonderful. He's having a great start to this game, and Navi is running away.
It's just so. It's so smart. I mean, the
I've
way
not
they move
gotten
around
used
the
to
map,
them my
that
entire
Phase,
life.
They make a good mid round here to pick off Alexi D, but there's no.
See, I think you're a bit more
It's still little
mentally
bit cloudy as to,
flexible
like,
than I am,
where the
Smoops, and I
site's
give
gonna
you
be
much
hit.
credit
They've
for
seen
that.
a couple fakes here and there. They know that Navi are coming in nuance and are gonna give away
I
their
can't
game plan.
unhear
But the start to this
some
round is
things.
just
I just can't.
perfection, to be honest. Setting up both those flashes
Just
exactly
can't.
for Broky in that
Oh my god, I have this tiny little hard drive that has everything that's important basically on it,
Navi making it look easy.
like content files, and it was about to slide under my monitor that's tilted, and if it tilted the other way, like the base is tilted, it's not fully on the desk. If it would have tilted the other way, it would have crushed it, dude. It's so tiny. What is wrong with me? Oh, that was Zeke bathing himself. I heard like, "Arr, arr, 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 arr," and I didn't know what it was. It was weird. Freaked me out. Welcome, Cyogenics. Happy afternoon. Botrix finally threw out my lurk thing again. Botrix is on one this week. Like, he graduated middle school and went to, like, junior high, or, like, graduated junior high and went to high school or something. I don't know. There's, like, a change in behavior that only comes with milestones in life. He's working again. That's exciting. We welcome the lurk and work. Do your thing, King. I'm just tidying. New phase is actually playing pretty well.
Frozen's on the board at least, but
It doesn't count really.
Back to full power blasting everything. Oh, there's so much more tidy already.
rifle round still, and
This is nice.
it's no problem. Even if
very
it's in
nice.
clutches,
It's evolving. It is. Oh no, I dropped Daisy's tooth.
not let your foot off the gas, especially
There's
not
this
on
gap
T-side
behind my
boots.
desk over here, and it's very inconvenient.
So it's 3 rounds at the end of the half and come back to bite you.
Or is this the one with Pippi's tooth in it? Oh no, that's Daisy's tooth. Pippi's tooth is in a baggie.
Feels
I collect way too many teeth, like that's kind of creepy. I never found more of PB's baby teeth though. But at that point we were doing a lot of laundry. So I think they just ended up going into the wash. There's Daisy's tooth. Such a big container for a small tooth. I need to find something better than my glasses case to put it in.
lock through the pain.
Yeah.
I think I want that there.
Yeah, I always want to know who's the guy telling jokes when you're
Yes,
losing rounds.
that's better.
That's the guy I'd be trying to poach for my team.
I can't put that there though. That's where my makeup stuff goes. I can go
We don't need
there,
it. Say Navi, 7-0 up.
backwards.
Quick to the punch, Jacob.
Sure,
That's what I
that
want to
works.
see. Wow, fearless play through the console.
Wash
So
teeth.
far. Yeah, just sends it.
Probably.
Love it. Love it.
I mean, she didn't only lose what I think we found 4, either 4 or 6,
Yeah. Could this
or
be
maybe
worse
she
situation
swallowed the
than
rest of
time it
them.
was
Because that's usually what they
only
do.
Versus an eco, but it's such a clean 5v4 to grab.
I think this is old and junky.
He is
Yeah, you are
empty.
old and junky.
Oh no, committed. Twix has to run around the world to get out of there.
If Botrix was a Pokemon, what would its evolved name be?
A ton of roaming going on.
I am curious.
Last couple times they did this, so they just weren't inside the sites. This time it looks like they're gonna actually be freedom on
Wonder if my
rotations, but
Expos will
looking more of a
fit in
lead
here.
towards A.
Rose can buy time for the molly, but he needs to get it
excuse me.
down
The
cleanly.
water
Jump
sharpie.
is tagged by the orb. Can he put that molly in main?
This one is junk, I know.
Jacob's been found in con as well. Just frozen here. And Molly
Whenever
only
I
buys a few
hear
seconds
something
before
happening and look up
target
fast, I
not
imagine myself as a dog with like immediately perked ears. Ooh, walk? Grandma and Grandpa's park? Ice cream?
They're unimprovable right now. They're actually just playing amazing. Every losing position they turn into a winning one. Their
I don't think
flashes
I
are
need
perfect.
yellow out
Timing
enough
on the
already.
mid push is everything. If that trade goes the other way, everyone from the A site could have pushed through,
Or
gone
white.
for a big flank on time. They had still 2 players in the site with E-box control. It's just so massive. It takes that as an opportunity just to go.
It's not missing a beat.
This one is dead,
That
I
is a bit of
know.
the problem
I
with
think.
the roaming that's happening.
no, it's not dead.
And
It's
then
very
there's
alive.
points and Navi are moving a
One of my
little slower,
shiny
but
ones. Metallic
right about
Sapphire.
the
It sounds like a
So it's
dragon,
also
not a
off the face
Sharpie.
to justify 3 players gambling on B bomb site late in a round when the whole map is quiet. You've never had A info. You don't have mid bridge. Navi could be like
Ban Hammer.
There's
I
so
know.
many gaps on the map that FaZe are paranoid
The
of.
ban hammer is
second
in
they leave
the
B,
other
that's when
room
Navi come in.
with ban written on it.
13-0 are you?
This one
We've
is
said it now, so
a
FaZe's
soon-to-be
first round is coming
Banhammer.
up.
Fancy Sharpie indeed. I like the metallic ones for prints.
Gold. Damn.
Not feeling good
They don't
about
really
FaZe.
look different
I hate
on
calling.
skin. It just looks like a blue Sharpie. You can actually write
But
straight.
actually,
My
the
arms
joke-
are
I
so
mean, not the
shaky
joke,
from
but
cutting the grass.
when
I'm a
Chris was
weak
calling
bitch.
on Liquid, he was playing some of his best
Kind
CS
of,
at the same
not
time,
really.
though.
It wasn't honestly that much harder to cut with the real mower
Now what? I
than
don't
the
know.
push mower. But it got bogged up in
Good
spots,
question.
and that was more challenging.
Oh yeah.
Like you're just pushing real hard and then it just
It only
stops
counts if he
because
drops.
it's stuck on something.
That's why it was quiet. If he dropped, that was gonna be quiet.
No.
It's pretty steady handwriting. Good job,
It's not like
Serena.
FaZe haven't had these mad advantages. 4v3,
Kind of following like the
5v4.
grain of the wood though,
Real
so it's
scared
helpful.
for FaZe admit because.
Oh
not-
yeah.
Okay.
That's a crooked end.
Backing up to B right now.
There was a crooked end and a crooked Banhammer.
Full A assault.
Man, there's never anyone in here.
But nowhere to stand. Double molly down, smoke heaven, and they put a third in just to ensure this round. Na'Vi, are they just going to force a 5v5 save right now? This is a predicament for FaZe. Maybe they want to look for a lurker, but they are simply out of position at the moment. Timer has started. Bomb is down. FaZe don't even have heaven control. That's Na'Vi's domain. Missed shot from Brokey. You won't get many more chances. Wonderful moves back to a strong position. That smoke does give leeway to FaZe. It looks
I'm
like they wanna go for
guesstimating
this. All
2
in
maps
right
at
now.
this point.
Beautiful spray, and this round ends before it begins. No getting
Like
through that
we're
choke
playing
point.
well,
Brokey
we're just
saves.
not getting there.
Na'Vi again.
We're playing harder
9
than we
rounds
have
straight
in like the
here on
past
FaZe's
year
win.
though.
No, it's incredible. I mean,
Like more
okay,
powerfully.
Makaze is totally
just not
brilliant
making a
for second
difference.
kill.
What can
He
you
was
do?
happy about that, but he had a teammate to trade that one. It was one of the
Moderately
important
to
parts of the
mildly
first one.
impressed.
And on both sides of the site, it's just a lockdown.
I didn't think we were
Feels
gonna
like
do good
FaZe
anyway
can't get a
today.
read on what's going on, right? Like
You're
the
just brand
round
new
prior,
baby
they
team
leave
all
B for
over
that
again.
exact move. Now Na'Vi throw it in.
It's a baby.
This has just been, like,
That
whatever
one's
happens from this point on, it's already been a
Yes.
masterclass of recovering the game, picking the timings, again, their flashes are right. And the only thing truly negative about FaZe,
that's good enough.
improve is just committing a bit more to when they're inside.
Is it perfect? No. Is it functional?
There's almost
Also
never
no,
been a
but
time
mostly.
where- I don't think
Therefore,
we've ever
it is
fought
A-okay.
anybody on default. in
It
the
is
second half.
a-okay, babies.
On the other side of the map,
Should we
where-
put this somewhere up on the shelf?
but almost
Commemorated.
every
I can't believe I
single
didn't
time
lose a
they're
single
up-and-headed.
nerf.
The one time they tried
We even
to
got
face
to
the smoke,
shoot
it was
some.
twisted net you.
Yep.
They wanted to push out of and
Don't
out
fall
of
phone.
A-main. But outside of that,
Just
like,
clip the cord
there have
with
been no standard holds.
my
no
knee.
op in position.
Put it on the
The
back
electrolytes
shelf.
are working for Navi.
Okay, again, another pick given us
Oh,
by
boy.
Jacob. He's been the only guy delivering FaZe his early advantages. But it's not yet been
That
enough.
works.
Na'Vi, again, try walking.
Actually
away.
looks kind of
Don't
cool.
even
I don't
allow
think we
the
can
flash.
see that
FaZe
far
don't
back on
know
stream.
for sure.
But the front of it is into like the red ball light thing.
Uncertainty here for FaZe.
And it looks like it's shooting a magical doom ball orb of
Here on camera.
magic.
I don't think Na'Vi can call a bluff on a smoke in this position, but
Very sophisticated way of putting it.
Makaze, it's been red hot.
Club coat, there's your
Interesting what
Polaroid.
happens right now.
Fancy babies.
Flash does actually catch Twist though, and now the smoke doesn't come down in time. Twist moves ahead of it. 5v3, and you said it was a 13-0, and so here's Na'Vi.
Oh, my
showing up
desk
with
is so clean now.
First lost round all game. It's
Oh,
a
there's
bit of
Bobby
a
playing.
bloodbath in middle. FaZe goes sending it. Did I speak too soon? Surely not. Take him out now.
Oh, okay.
Don't let him leave.
Who was that? They have an American on their team?
That's a new voice.
What did you say?
Was that Lake? Who was that?
I don't know.
I actually have no clue.
Guessing NKJ, but doesn't sound German to me.
Oh, man.
All right.
Attaboy.
That's your great round. Needed that here for FaZe.
That's
Just to
what I
feel
thought.
something.
Yeah, and Twist with a
Yeah.
two. Oh,
Ooh.
one time too many with that push.
Yeah, they learned their lesson now. Frozen commits to position. And aggressive still. FaZe, okay, finally throwing themselves into the fight. Trade back on
Boys,
A.
snacks. We'll get them some snacks and halves. Where I put the fan now.
And it is. Makazi climbs over the smoke.
Just under there is fine.
Pressuring B. Everywhere FaZe are.
He's
they're
not
getting
hurting
pushed right
nothing
now.
over there.
Frozen holds on, keeping
One of
this
these
even.
chapsticks
Again,
is
it's been back
dead.
and
I don't know
forth all round,
which.
but in that downtime, Makazi is taking space.
Big time. This is, I mean, how are you supposed to keep track of this when you've got the whole rest of the map to worry about?
It's a chunk of tape.
They're watching their backs, but
Mr.
it's a little bit
Bean's
too slow, it
Polaroid.
feels like.
As if the flank is holding the flank.
That'll get in the way for games. I think I can put it over here
Yeah,
if
they
it'll
are
shove
calling
into
to watch
this
this, so
monitor.
maybe he just goes down clean. And
That
that's
doesn't
nice,
block
but
anything
now
there.
they gotta be thinking about going towards A. They're sure that there's another person here.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. I have like a bajillion of these tiny little notebooks. My grandpa was a pilot and stayed at a bajillion hotels.
They could have walked into
And
A.
saved like
They now
every
could go B
single
with
one
2
that was
CTs
in the
leaving.
room.
3 CTs.
I think I have a
leaving.
lifetime
This is
supply
exactly
of
what
tiny
we're talking about,
notepads.
FaZe.
Insane.
Quite a commitment here in round 11, and Na'Vi, they're not even going to believe it when they walk in. I think no way. They've given us the whole site. Bit's got a smoke for Temple. The sooner he gets that in, the better. But maybe they just walk in for the entry. 10 seconds on this clock. Bit catches them by surprise.
He's in an awkward spot if he wants to swing to the left.
To the left, to the
That's an
left.
annoying smoke. They want to get in front of that. That's going to kill so much of the clock. 2 players now
Charge
known
the
as it's an
axe.
M4 and an AK shooting.
Rookie can't exactly do much here from Sport. He can flash him out, but scaling with York is a death sentence. Util goes in and should have charged. Frozen's easy kill, and Bit follows up with a double.
What time is
Brokey,
it now?
no
What time is
chance.
it? Like 5 minutes ago?
As Na'Vi
Like
swing in
3:40?
again. It feels like they've got wall hacks right now. They are walking into every empty site that FaZe give them.
I try not to say that when we're casting because some people go, "Yeah, see, I knew every pro player was cheating." But yeah, that's how they're moving at the moment. The calling is absolutely perfect, and the fact is, they in that moment where they didn't go B right away, that was the moment that FaZe decided to leave the site, and so Na'Vi are completely in
Oh,
their
look at that, a
heads.
point.
You can't say FaZe aren't active. You can't say they're sitting in place, they're doing nothing. The problem might be that they're doing too much.
We don't look lost. We're just not doing it right.
10-1 up. RV showing again their form from these first few events of the year.
That boy ain't right. Ah, clean desk.
2 grand finals in a row, 1 trophy, and then a quarter-final loss.
I never
to
use my Stream
Vitality.
Deck, and I feel like that's a ridiculous thing to like
That's
get rid of or
quite
sell
one off.
because it's beneficial. But
RV looking to beat every other team.
I've used it maybe 3 times in like
Looking to
probably 4 years that I've
message
had
the
it.
FaZe in this opening map.
I really don't think it's worth keeping anymore.
Shot for Brokey.
It is. It's the silly little ones that I got at Target. I bought 2 boxes, so 2 4-packs of them before conventions to bring with to conventions, so I'd have hydration and caffeine. And I forgot them every single day of each weekend. I've been drinking them at home though. I have 4 left out of the 8, I think.
Still exploitable. Nice quick for Brokey. His B site has been the problem, and Na'Vi look to what extent
It's mostly
that
just
has been.
balls
Catching
at
the
this
flank.
point.
Frozen does hold for 1, but 1 is not enough as we're learning in this site. Another trade for Wonderful.
I'm so glad they didn't stop making them though. The first time I bought them last winter,
He surely wants to jump on this, but he sees
they were
the
super
problem.
on sale, and I thought like right at the end cap of all of the drinks, and I thought for sure they would never be in existence at Target again, but they came back. They gained last minute popularity. You can probably find them on Amazon though. Boys, do you want a sucker? Because I'm a sucker for you. Zeke doesn't like the jerky sticks. I was gonna call them Berkey Jicks. The jerky sticks. Gunther likes them. They both like the pops though. Oh, Zeke's at the top of the tree. I don't want to make him get down. That's rude. Do you want... You can't even see him through the curtains. Gunther knows what's happening. Gunther is self-aware. I should have opened this from the other side. A purple. I don't know if you like these or not.
Ella's adding him up.
Hopefully.
Will Mikaze go unnoticed?
He is there.
Serve up a perfect distraction.
Can't get planted here now.
On the other side, yeah, they've lost this guard. Mikaze just
I mean, I just walked up to him with it and then walked away.
for this. Mikaze marauding.
There we go. Now we can see you, Zeke.
Shame on the other side of
You
it.
had the force of like 30,000 suns.
This guy is ascending.
What do you think about it?
New level.
If Finn waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, PP.
He needs to move. Oh, beyond.
But not your jam?
To Wonderland.
Yeah, he just wants to take the fight, but he's letting him get closer.
Finally puts Wonderful to rest. Bit in the meantime, slipped the net. Inches ever closer. Catches him off guard and finishes Jane. Noda, you gotta deliver. With a huge health advantage, Bits on the pistol.
You want it or not?
For Navi to maintain
No.
control despite the
That's
cost.
not his jam.
3-0. Plays behind the pole. He's got Shiro to work with. He's still deployed. The offer is the shot. Shiro's down. Wow. Alexi B.
How about a churro for your troubles? Gunther can't have churros even though he loves them. They upset his tummy.
What Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Vince Lurk now.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9.
Oh, it's good,
It is
good.
all Alexi thus far for this
Oh,
round.
get it at the
But
bottom.
remember,
Lick it.
Sontics gets active.
Lick it. Lick it real good.
There
Good
are
boy.
lurks on both ends.
Oh no, you didn't have to get up. That was the whole point of me coming to you.
Sontics losing almost all that HP. Sontics stoic snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
Good boy.
9 health he's got.
Oh, no.
Good boy. Hold on, Gunther, you go next. Oh, that was a big bite. Sorry.
Call it
He's too fast.
overpass in the major final because FaZe are happy to just have one round. This ain't Vitality though. Navi showing up.
I don't think they'll be
for-
laughing either
No.
when the
Dropped.
game ends.
You're gonna have to
There's
clean
smiles
that
on
up.
faces here for FaZe.
Yeah, actually, maybe they will be. Because I guess at the very least, you can't have expectations that are too high. That's always nice.
Oh, good boy.
Slow.
I don't know wherever that bloop to. Oh, it's on my
They're only a
sock.
top 50 team.
That's nice.
True. Still high.
That's like both convenient and inconvenient.
Can't go lower than that somehow. The Bay Jacobs survived in 4 out of his 38 Anubis T-side rounds this year.
Yeah.
4 out of 38.
That's not many.
Convenient and inconvenient.
Nice position there for the flash lands, but oh, big time. How did he get 3? Netu triples up, and Jacob as well, looking to make this his 5th round. It's wonderful 1v4.
This is done for in 2 seconds.
So FaZe aren't going to give him the satisfaction. Who?
Gunther,
Who is
you're
that?
up.
Is that Netu shouting?
Yeah, I don't know,
Catch it
man.
on cam. There's a deep voice in there.
Yeah, there's a
It is.
fast card.
He killed the door player first.
Oh, you're such a gentleman.
Well done.
You just lick.
Yeah, that's the reaction you want.
You're a gentleman.
He was down everything in those 2 minute
This is
breaks.
so good.
He's like, I am the best coach.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
100%
He's so good.
T-side pistol round win rate for FaZe with this roster.
He's so like intensely focused on it.
We can't talk past this round. This is the kind of game
It's like
where
cross-eyed
we're
right
winning
now.
every situation, whether it was good or bad. And yeah, you know that we've got to keep FaZe on notice for now.
They force up. Bits on USP
Zeke, you
armor.
decided you didn't like
Respect,
this.
man. No, he's been an assassin today.
Just gonna shoot him in the back of the
Yeah,
head.
that's actually a weird buy.
Yeah, he's got 500
8.
bucks as well. Bro forgot the 5-7.
Wants to be different so bad. He's got an AT, a smoke, and USB armor.
This is like a troll buy.
You can only make that buy when you're actually insane. You're winning every round.
Watch him still make it work. Unfortunately for Mikaze, it's a bit too early, but FaZe weren't looking his way. He's giving its damage off.
You didn't want
Hey,
this.
don't chase him
Oh,
here.
bless
It's
you.
not dangerous.
Surely just gets slowly hunted down now. Oh no, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Brokey on this last leg on this 2 AKs, twist entry. Ema catches him by surprise, but bomb's coming in, so they're committed here. Ema could go crazy
So
mode.
intensely focused.
1v3 on this site, no support, bit behind
Welcome
the
No
smoke.
Limit
Ema
1.
Here it
bounce.
is.
Here's why we
Are we
see
having a
the
good day so
USP
far?
armor. No, that's why we don't. FaZe do convert.
Oh, it's so yummy.
Right, they land on their
Gonna
feet.
take a bite? And stop. No, not the whole thing.
Great job
Gunther.
trading through that, and Twist is ready to get right into
That was
the
a big
calls.
bite.
Let's see what this T-side has to offer. And
He broke my
if you're
heart.
putting a new map into the pool, I can only assume you're putting a good amount of work into CT side.
Technically, he broke his own heart.
Probably going to be like, how
It's
do we
not
get
my
a
sucker.
T-side together? to
It's
look
not
really
my
confident?
per
That's
pop.
just got more moving pieces.
Okay, don't take such a greedy bite. Take a little bite. There you go. Good boy.
Spread default here for FaZe.
Oh, good boy.
Simple.
Good boy.
These rifles search on the B site.
It's all done now. That's
Getting
just the stick.
overwhelmed.
That's garbage. I'm sorry.
How's McCarthy here?
I don't even know.
He's like, why is there not more?
Placed Eagle, but
My muscle memory says there should be more.
oh dear, that's two
He wants out of there
tags.
so bad.
Saved by Jacob.
Oh, which one of these
Frozen
chapsticks was
walking
junk?
into the game.
Not this one.
And he's going to take Bit with him, so Frozen recovering his score and recovering the AK that he just dropped.
It's probably still a little bright.
We're in the dignified rounds territory. You get to 8
That
just
one's
to make
dead.
sure that it's not a stomp. Then you start thinking, okay, we can actually win this game.
Tis for no more.
Navi timeout.
Yeah, they didn't have to use him in the first half. It's always nice to have him for T-side. And KJ is not getting involved in this one.
Next map, I'm gonna jump back into my
Typically, FaZe had their
Tank It
first few rounds
project.
with T-side.
the tanky blanky. I'm gonna take it apart and redo it. I have a better idea for it.
So let's see what they got.
Theoretically. Hypothetically. Possibly. Maybe.
That was the Ludwig call.
He
I
saved
have a
the Beagle.
Beagle if anyone wants it. Guess they do
I
it
don't
at
need
every
my
level.
stream open anymore.
Must mean we got an ult for Brokey, so let's see where he starts on this T side. Wonderful the same. So Brokey in middle every round when he had his last. Wonderful. Just jump spotting. Brokey holds con.
Boys!
Then America.
Excuse me, no.
Fury's still out.
I mean, Ramses is
See,
still open
Gunther
if
can
you
do
want.
whatever he wants.
Can't go crazy.
Respect your elders.
Be serious.
Be serious.
Oh, that could be nice.
Gnarly grenade. We're in the middle of 3 of them.
You wanna come up and hang out?
They want to pounce on this right now,
Do you?
FaZe.
Mr. Gunther? Make more lap space for you.
Escape from Makazi. He's not done with that util.
Dude.
Cooked like Gordon Ramsay out here.
How did you allow yourself to get picked up
Causing
like
this
this?
angle, I'm fearful if I'm FaZe.
Are you gonna be held like this?
Blades out,
This
thus
wasn't the
punished,
plan.
taking A huge opening kill here from the Orbital FaZe.
Patience is working.
Is this working for you?
Can Alexi really just stand here?
It's
He's got
good for me if
Mulligan
it's good
his
for
way.
you, but
Oh,
usually
no,
you're a
that's-
lap boy.
The E-box, where did Brokey go?
What do you think about this?
Oh, they're all
You're holding
blind
yourself
already.
awkwardly.
And the spray down. Alexi Beast. Triple
I don't know, this is your jam.
Site well defended. Locked out. We got 10 health on Frozen. 9 and 5. FaZe.
No, I think you want
fired.
lap.
Oh man, I mean that.
Wait, let me
flash
crisscross
did not have
applesauce.
Higher efficacy. That was full blind, full 4.5 seconds. He had time to get the first kill with some missed bullets and still take out the rest. 5 and 9 HP remaining, and that's map point for Navi secured.
You know, we talk about anti-flash and those positions, but that's not the flash you're expecting out.
What are you doing, Zeke? Oh, he's licking the toy. I thought he was like having a quiet asthma attack or something.
Struck through this first map.
He's licking one of his
Helped
cabinets.
a ton with the HE damage too. Almost got away with it all there.
Oh my goodness. You boys keep me on my toes.
All this time.
And that's okay.
Hold it down already.
I love you, don't you knows?
outside B nade.
Oh, big Gunther
Just
purse.
for bids.
You should have just spoken up and asked for lap time if that's what you wanted, you goob.
Kind of crazy.
I love you.
AK on
It's
single
mom's
side.
snack, not a Gunther snack. Sorry.
So Phaser in a holding
It's gonna be
pattern right
obnoxious
now.
at the tail
Doing
end.
loops.
They want the same thing that Navi have. I think Navi know it.
Juicy.
Be a curtain call for FaZe, and really, I think time pressure is actually going to be another threat if they don't start making decisions.
Smoke just comes down. That is
Chewy.
Navi's last block.
Oh,
Ema might go completely unchecked in this position if mid.
Gunther is going full on.
Terrifying
cozy
spam,
baby.
Just taking one off.
And they have to go through it.
Right in the water. Ema takes one more. It's a beautiful double out of
Snuzzled
Frozen
in.
to keep this round alive, but Bit with more nades retrieved from FaZe bodies, puts himself back in this site. He's not going to let them in for free. That's a big flash to keep him back. A Bit hides inside of the smoke. FaZe with 20 seconds. Can't dilly-dally, can't dawdle. Must put that bomb down. That's
Full
free
on
damage for
cozy.
Bit's nade.
Nade's coming.
Oh, but he puts it on the smoke instead and catches. Frozen bails out Brokey. 2v1, Makazi's revealed position, and no kit right now either, so clock ticking in FaZe's favor. Makazi can't wait forever. Where have FaZe gone?
I mean, if he doesn't tap this now, it's pretty much over. No kid on him at the moment.
You're such a cozy little loaf.
Right underneath.
Not like this,
He
FaZe.
curled in like, I've been waiting for this all day.
He's gotta just stay
Like, you
tough.
didn't tell me that.
Yeah, Makazi
I didn't
will have
know.
to see his way out.
My
All right,
bad.
never mind. Let's get all five first.
And get the AWP as well. It's a nice little cheeky escape.
Cats
for
are good at
Makazi.
gaslighting.
One round for FaZe to keep them in this game. 3 kills for Frozen as well. That was high impact in middle.
It took a lot of excellent utility usage
Oh,
there
I
for
love you,
FaZe to just
Smush.
ensure that position. Their late
You got a
ball
dirty
encounter,
mouth.
Bit smoke, and when he naded that smoke open, it looked like, oh, he should have just dropped it on the planter, but he nearly got the kill for
There
it.
always gets 30s in the corner of his
Excellent
mouth.
2 kills for
You can only like pick off so much at any given time though before he's like, nope, wait, I know what you're doing. You're not just rubbing my cheeks. You gotta be sneaky with Gunther. You gotta give him like a nosy rubs
Yeah, it's gotta be net
to pick his eye boogers. You gotta be sneaky.
Careful. Boost up. They catch him. That's a scary boost to employ as well with a nade on the con smoke. Bit's having none of it though.
Yeah.
50 in a
Such a
dive, looking for
baby.
yet another down in water.
Why is he just
such a baby.
raw dog another peek, no
Yeah,
flash
old
or
man, but
anything,
you're a
like,
baby.
he is
Nosy
not scared
booger, thank you.
whatsoever, and support's coming
Out
in
the
from
boogers.
behind. Oh,
How does
he's
he-
nuts right now.
It's going to be more. Alexi jumps the corner and Bit follows up with a 3rd kill. It's still double trace back for Netu.
Hello,
Tram is
handsome.
alive for FaZe.
I love you
Navi
so
are
much.
moving.
I
But Bit's been
love you
open for
so
some
much.
time, so Wonderful's cautious.
Giving chin scratches and looking back at me, but like with one eye closed and one like squinting at me.
FaZe as well.
It looks like he's giving me a dirty look.
Suspicion is right. Excellent
I
shot.
love you.
Excellent
You're so
round so
handsome,
far.
even
I
if
am
you
getting
are
ready
giving
for
me a dirty
Makazi.
look.
He is right here to end the game, right now, on top of heaven. Knife pulled. Makazi biting the bit, looking to just fight back in this site. Frozen puts that bomb down, allowed a few seconds of safe haven, and will win the round here for FaZe.
Right, that was nice.
Just a touch too messy.
A wide swing would have done it right there.
Yeah. Great round though, again from Netu with those 2 kills, not a second quick double, and a 3rd to ensure they get into the site versus Wonderful's off.
I can put these back up here now.
It's a freak of nature right now.
I know, his confidence is just so high. And I like that he knows how to play off of it too.
He's bringing energy because they know what that round means. They've broken Navi's
Cozy,
economy.
cozy. Gunther, our desk is so tidy now. Isn't that so much better?
Those $500 because he's got an M4 right now. Locked out of this site by an instant execute here. FaZe, dare I say, might just have a 7th.
The plant came down so quick. No friction at all. CT's allowed to move fast.
Don't
They
say
really
it,
want to
'cause
try
then you
this.
jinx it.
Chaos is the only hope here for Na'Vi, and Twist
really just wants to hang back with this gun.
So FaZe not only get a couple rounds down the stretch on this T side, they build their money up. They get another swing at Na'Vi in a rifle on rifle. Relieving any pressure that 1v1 clutch put on FaZe. Doing it again.
We're doing it again.
Alright.
Okay.
Now he did the same sound that I thought I was hearing earlier. Zeke has a touch of the asthma. Not really on a daily basis, but maybe like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times through the course of 2 weeks. So maybe like once or twice a week.
Starting.
Gets a little hacky.
Looks like just.
It's not bad enough to be need
Interestingly,
inhaler meds for it, but
Oh,
I
and
can
it's
monitor
really
him
close.
through it.
They've actually got 2 quick rotations.
You still going?
Oh, that's a punish.
Probably falls short as well. It doesn't seem to
Yeah.
matter for Wonderful. He wants them here in his sight. A second tag connects. Wonderful.
Him
2
okay.
quick shots has put Na'Vi on the precipice.
He's just
of
trying to
taking
clear
FaZe's
his
map.
throat
They
towards
still
the
wanna
end.
do here, though. Frozen with his AK taking one-on-one, and Twist has not got the gun for the job right now. And P7, they start to storm. Brookie coming in, scope deep, they could line up. Brookie takes one more before all is said and done, and Twist is thrust into a clutch
Well,
without
dang.
the bomb on his back. Goes searching for the kill.
And he has no idea where Makaze could be coming in from. Leaving that bomb means this gives Makaze time to get into position. He's here on camera, ready to push.
Sorry, Gunther. Do you want to come
Just
back
a
up?
Mac 10.
Timing couldn't be
Gunther.
worse. Info of Makazi confident love from his last clutch.
Kaboom.
Takes the round and puts Na'Vi a map up in this series. One more map with Na'Vi will chase them to the playoffs here in Fort Worth. And well, FaZe too slow to
Look at
start
what
in
maps
this one
we have.
today.
I mean, you couldn't really ask for it.
Definitely. So I'm gonna cut you off, Mohan. Sorry. It's time for us to talk. Because Makaze said, Maui, you thought they were gonna get 8 rounds? No.
Hey, I was close.
Yeah.
Okay. FaZe, they just needed a little bit more in the first half.
Good
I
job,
feel like the
Gunther.
T-side was actually quite well prepared, but you could see in this one exactly why Na'Vi are the number 2
Ancient
team in
and
the
then
world.
Dust
Felt like
if
they
we need a
exercised so
third.
many options in that first half.
It's true.
Good
flexible
job.
Throughout, they read them throughout. Talk me through a little bit of that T side from Alexei and some of the rounds you'd like to see.
Well, we have a couple actually, and I feel like a lot of them are predicated off of the fact that they use middle so
Good
well.
job, Mr.
They were
Gunther.
always pressuring with one
you just
player
wanna
or
lay
2
in bed.
players.
Say snuggle me,
I know
mama.
the first round that we have queued up
Let's
is
give
going to
you
show
1 or 2 more
just
maps,
how they were
bud.
able to take
Run
that
on
sort of
there.
space, and even though they go 1-for-1 in the opening pick, it shows that they're able to, from that position, push through middle. They're able to just try to use 3 pincers onto the bomb site simultaneously, which puts them in a good enough position in a post plant, even though they lose their advantage in middle to then
Yeah, we
swarm
are
the bomb
revisiting
site.
the
So
tank
that is
blanket.
a moment where Na'Vi, they
Redoing
are
it.
showing
I
that
don't
they're
like
very
how I
willing
did it.
to use every single option allotted to them.
I knew it was going downhill as I was working on it forever ago, but I just kept going and thinking, no, it'll be fine.
Because if we lose
I don't like
one kill, one advantage, then they could just be everywhere.
It's true, and we were talking a lot about how their T side from FaZe was a lot better because
I'm gonna
that's
do it more
probably
in a
the only thing
circular
that Twists
kind of
had
manner.
time for to prepare this core for.
Make
But
him a little
conversely,
placemat
starting on
so we
the
can
CT
beg
side,
for snacks
a
on
lot
it.
of times, right, the site completely abandoned, right? They were really frazzled.
They tried to create their own destiny
Yeah.
with some opening picks from Jacob. He found 4 in the first half, and you felt like in some of those moments maybe FaZe would be able to convert, but again, it just kind of exuded all that class from Na'Vi. We saw how even when they lose the one, they're able to then slink into further positions. They're able to convert. They were able to win a couple man-down deficit situations.
Making Tank a
because they
snack
had such
placemat.
prime positions in post plants, key pieces of utility in order
I think
to
like a
take
year
routes
ago,
back
I
into
started
the
working on a blanket for him. I like to make a little blanket or bed for everyone in the
another
zoo.
one where, actually, unfortunately, for
And
this one, they don't get the opening pick,
I
and you
stopped
see
because I didn't
how
like how it
Navi
was
just
going and I didn't know what I wanted to do to change it.
Again, this is just the story
And
from
today
Makaze.
I thought
Gets
about it
boosted
and
into the
decided,
window early on here.
we're going to
He draws
revisit
the
this in a
counter smoke
circle
here, and is
pattern.
somewhat aware of this sort of play from Makaze, but I feel like that tells a tale of two stories.
Because my
that
goal with it is
Makaze
to make
gets the
like
opening
2
pick because of
panels
that
so
such
that it
poor
makes a
positioning,
little
but Twist being a little bit slow
like
on the draw
acorn
there.
shape
And
for
even
him.
though Makaze gets found out on this
But
flank, once again,
circularly
you
it's
see
going to look like a
all of this pressure
placemat.
exerted from Navi. Alphege
Kind of
did
sad to
not
undo
know
it
where
all.
Navi was going next
I
in the
mean,
round.
I
They were
guess
scrambling towards
it's,
the A bomb site, and it gave just enough room for
I don't know,
Fizz
it really
to
bothered me
get
when I
this first
first
flank
really
over.
got into
The fact that
crocheting
Fizz
in like my
also
high
drops
school
this
years
incredibly
when I would
timely
fuck
smoke,
something up and then I would
perfectly
have to
used
pull
all
it
the
all
utility he
back
has
out.
on
God, I
himself,
put so much
and
time and
this is
effort
a round
into
where
that.
Fizz
It
needs
doesn't
to
really
get
bother
something
me
better,
anymore.
but the classroom bit
But I
was
think
all
that's just
one.
because I'm
Absolutely
faster
was,
now
and of
than
course,
I
this
used
was
to
a
be.
map that probably
So it
Navi
doesn't
was
really
always
make
going
too
to
much
win.
of a
It was a
difference.
gambit thrown out by Twist to
Oh,
go back
Zeke
to
wants to
that
play
maneuvers,
with
which
the
he
yarn.
definitely likes to
I
play
should have
with
expected
system,
that.
but when it comes to Navi,
I don't think
you are
Zeke's seen me
very
with yarn
solitary
out yet.
about them, and I liked in this
It is
one
very
that it was
satisfying.
everybody, right? And it seemed so visceral.
The Navi team that you see today is so drastically different than what you got 8 months ago or so, where they were trying to put the pieces back together off of losing some of the.
Should I
would
mute
say,
and put my
camaraderie that
mic
they
up
had in
really close,
2024,
get some
where
yarn
now you're getting
ASMR?
this team that really,
Yarn
I think
smar.
Makaze has breathed new life into a roster that was sort of on its last legs, and now they've become believers again.
Zeke
They're
is
a
in the
team that
sea of
knows
yarns.
that they should be the dominant force in the server against
It
practically
is
anybody in the world,
satisfying.
not
I don't
being
really see it
talented.
as like
And
wasted
so
effort
they
or
showed
time
that,
anymore. It's
the
just
way
that I'm
they were. I
reinvesting
feel
my
like
time
Valorant
into
gets thrown out
making
a
it
lot in the
how
Civ
I
space,
really
but
want
just
it.
the way that they take
If I have to
space
undo it
without
all.
even second guessing. That
You're
everybody's
able
moving
to,
forward
oh
knowing
fuck.
that this is all part of a greater plan.
Open a feed bag by pulling the correct string. Yes, like when I get a new Meow Mix bag because it has that stupid pull string thing.
Parts that they have to rebuild. The fact that Makaze said, "Yeah, I know it now. I understand the blade system. I'm
Connected
happy to
another
be vocal. I feel like
bit
I'm
of
confident to
yarn
be vocal."
here and
They're only one map away from the playoffs, and I
the
think
knot
we're
is
gonna see them go far.
catching.
Oh yeah, I feel like if they don't make the grand finals again, I feel like that's going to be a disappointment for them. And
There you
taking
go.
care of
I thought I was
business
getting
here
stuck
with
there.
Okay.
There's that visual
Nature,
ASMR
okay,
thing where I
first
could see
map,
this
right?
being done in
Well,
an
lots of it on his
artful
shoulders,
way
so
for
it's got a
that.
lot of fate in him. What do you think?
That was a great opening showing for me.
Should I
Uh,
stop
the
and try to record this
comeback that FaZe
meticulously?
started to spur there was off of the back of Nate Ju
No,
and some of
there'll
those
be another
late round
project I'll fuck up at
situations,
some point in
the
my
way he was
life.
able to take down
I do know what
Makaze
you're
in that
talking about.
1v1
I like
on
the
A-bomb site there.
I think they're
Was
all
really
AI.
impressive, the
Because
kind
what
of
else would they
force he
be?
showed. Didn't wanna
The
play back on
glass
his heels,
fruit
didn't
cutting
wanna play
ones,
back
those
onto
really
the
really
default
itch my
positions on the
brain in
site.
a good
Just
way.
wanted to take the fight on his own terms. I always respect a player when they go for those kinds of moves. So this is already pretty nice from him.
Those
It's
I
a
have
bit of a
trouble
shame
scrolling
that some of
past.
the old guard from FaZe was kind of slow to start in this one because it was mostly just Nate Yu and Jacob.
I just
Yeah,
don't
it is
understand
kinda like they
ASMR.
have lemons.
Visually,
Can they make lemonade?
I get it. Like it helps to regulate your breathing and it's genuinely calming to watch like a lion go around in a box for box breathing, for example.
That's the best you can hope for at this tournament.
It's true. At the very least, you also hope
I
that
like those
the
visual
players that
aids.
should be performing are performing, but I know you had some question marks for Jacob, for instance, in the past.
But I
Now,
can't
Twist
get
is
over
lucky
the
that heritage almost
the
of
loud.
Kerrigan bringing him into the team, right? But still, we need to see more definitely on this.
I
next
tried to
round.
log
Very
into
late.
Twitch on the computer
I would
and
say
I
that
still
they still
can't
are
do
gonna
it.
have
I
a
don't
lower
know
bracket
why
game
it's
where they
fucking
can
up on
maybe
me,
pick up the
but
pieces
it
from.
just is. I don't even know what the
However,
problem
I
with
think
it at this
Jacob right
point.
now is just kind of at a turning
But when you
point
open the
where he now
homepage,
really
like
has
streams
got
come up
shackled
just
by
like on Kick,
a
and
system that also looked like it wasn't doing
I didn't have the
services.
tab
We
muted,
saw a bit more
and
freedom
someone
from
was
him
doing
in this sort of
ASMR,
game. We know
and
that
I
he was
legit.
incredibly sharp. That was totally
This is embarrassing. This deserves a moment of my full vocal capture. I thought one of the dogs was vomiting when it went to that part of audio. I thought there was a problem in my house. I understand that some people love it. I just don't. It's not for me. I just heard gross sounds and thought one of the dogs was getting sick. I think it's kind of like the cilantro soap gene. Like, it just does it for some people, and then for others, it's like it hurts your head. Or at the very least, it's just mildly annoying. Zeke wants it. He's after it. Oh, he was. What? Come here, you pussy. Where are you going? Are you shy? You don't want to be on camera? You don't want to be on camera with your yarn habit? Shy boy? He's just a shadow cat. A little weirdo. Is it amazing that it turns into this much yarn? It's nuts. I want to roll it over with my chair, so I don't get it stuck. I think I'm gonna leave it about... no. Difficult to judge because it's so fluffy. It does look like a sea creature. It's a visual representation of PB's meds right now. The antibiotic she's on, I think, is I can never remember. Cefpodoxamine? Cefpodoxime. But whenever I read it, I read Cefpod. Because that's the first half of the label that's printed when you look at the bottle. And then it automatically makes me think of a cephalopod, and then I go, oh, it's the octopi antibiotics. That's just a visual representation of PB's meds right now. I don't have the needle I want. I don't know if this is actually going to work. I should have the bigger, thicker one. It's the right size gauge. It's just not the big thick needle that I usually use with this yarn. I don't know where that one is. It's very easy to lose crochet hooks. They just run away on ya. Meow. BB. She said, I heard you was talking about me, mama.
Into Ancient we go with Navi. Very happy after that first map, and now only one map away from making it to the playoffs here at Last Rivals Fort Worth. But
We had such a long day yesterday. I didn't leave the vet until 5 p.m. yesterday.
Much higher than it even is on
I think I predicted, like, I don't know, maybe around 2 or 3, like, stream is 50-50 for tonight. And then I was there until 5 p.m. and I got home and I'm like, this is... Nothing has gotten done today. I was still giving the zoo breakfast. I still had to feed the dogs when I got back home. Yesterday got really bonkers.
His explosive play, the fact that they have so many different utility sets to get him.
One of their machines to run labs was broken though.
How to play the second,
so
third stages
it makes
of the round
sense,
to a
but
much higher degree now. They're all reasons.
It was
why
quite a day.
It's really like an investment paying off dividends more and more, right? For Makaze?
In the beginning, when they had him, he just was that explosive force.
Yeah.
But now, under Blade, Alexi's tutelage, you see
I did
him
not have a
taking
good
his time,
attitude
you
when
see
I
the way
got
that
back
he's
home.
Working through mid-rounds, that he isn't just sending it into
And I
donuts.
said,
not just
I
sending it
think
up to
we
Red Ring.
snuggle, not
So
stream.
yes, I would say it's an investment where they definitely added
I did get a lot done last night though. I
to
got
it
laundry
at the
done.
beginning, but one where he's now just
I
looked like the
cleaned.
most complete player on this map. For my money, other than when Zywoo rarely
Did a bunch of
decides
like
to
just
boot up
tiny
Ancient, given his
random
vitality
walk
over
around.
there.
Oh yeah,
I would say
this
Makaze is
needs
the best
doing
in the world on this
tasks.
map.
Yeah. You always have to mention Zywoo.
How much
Zywoo.
is that Gunther in the window? Every morning when I walk the dogs, we do the Gunther fan tour.
For FaZe, this is going to be a rough
He's
one
in the
for them.
window.
What can we expect? Of course, there
And
are
we
a lot of
wave to
changes
him
in terms of how
and
they're
go,
gonna approach
"Hi,
these maps
Gunther.
right now at Nature.
We're your biggest
Nature is
fans.
in for a little bit of a rough transition period. I'm imagining here that even though with Ents he was
I hope it
playing
makes him
the
feel
A
fancy.
anchor position, that's kind of where Frozen and Twist usually end up in the middle of a round. So I think he's gonna have to
You're famous,
lace up and
Gunther.
get into Cave, because nobody that I saw from FaZe was really a prime suspect to get back into that position. So I want to see what the rookie has in store
He
for us
is
here
a popular
in a position
boy.
that is so nerdy, it's so geeky. You have to do all these little wall bangs, you have to know all these little lineups.
He's
you
a
have to know
celebrity.
basically off of fake reloads. Are they going to swing me or not?
He's the
It's almost
president
like you're
of
trying
the
to mind
stream
game your
room.
opponents. That's why Kerrigan was actually pretty reasonable
Uh-huh.
in that spot. And now I feel like with Natu, this is going to be a trial by fire.
Yeah, it's
He's just
interesting
not
because
in
we
the
always think
executive
about,
chair.
everything that changes around Kerrigan leaving in terms of leaving a hole as the IGL, right, and Twist taking over. But on the other hand, you could have a real uptick if you have someone who could now be better in those positions. But
Gunther,
that is also
food.
a tall
No,
order on
Zeke,
the
it's not your food.
Of course
Gunther.
it is. And
Zeke.
also, I just want to bring up this
Zeke.
one fact
Yeah.
that Twist was a great fragging in-game leader when he was on Liquid. That
Zeke.
first map did not showcase that whatsoever. He himself does need to step up if he wants this FaZe project to work in his favor. If he wants to
your own
earn the
food.
respect of Frozen to say, please stay on this roster, you're going to need to step up, because Frozen needs reasons to want to stay locked into this FaZe project.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a great takeaway. We all saw that interview on HLTV. So
Zeke's
you
been
gave an
stealing
8
Gunther's
in
food
first one, they only
since
got 7. How
Voya
many
hasn't
did
been
FaZe
here.
have?
And he needs to
I'll
stop
double down.
that.
8 again, okay? I feel like this FaZe team has
He's
a little
eating
bit more going
his.
for it than people may expect out the gates, and the fact that they get to start CT side on an
See
ancient
what you're
map that,
doing
by
with the
way,
chair there.
Twist wasn't
Now
even
I'm
too
watching
shabby
you.
at calling on this map
Nope.
I'll
when
be
he was with Liquid. So
watching
there's a lot of things
you.
that work in their favor, but
Do,
but
do,
Navi, that is, they're
do,
clearly the better team.
They
Do,
are a tall order, but
do,
maybe they make it
do.
work. Let's kick it over to our
I don't know
caster.
where any of this went.
Home
Zeke
ground
learned the
here
beeps
for
mean
Navi,
eats. He did
looking
learn.
for a spot in the playoffs quickly here on day 1 of
He's a
Fort Worth.
clever boy.
Last rivals. I'm here with Mohan.
He's a very clever boy.
FaZe map 2. Do you have more faith after seeing that first game?
I was told when I adopted Zeke that he's not food motivated at all. And Lord, is that boy food motivated.
Tons of faith in Navi. I feel like
I think he was just
unfortunately,
sad
this is
at
gonna
the
be one of
shelter.
hardest opening round
Understandably,
teams they
who
can
wouldn't
play
be
against.
sad at the
Like,
shelter?
even Vitality lost to Foot, who have a coach. I mean, Foot are amazing, but they lost.
He loves his
lost the map
food.
on their
He's
best
picky
map.
with
You know, he
treats.
was a coach. That might have even
As
been
we
a better
saw.
draw for FaZe right now,
But
just
he
based
loves
on
his
how
food.
well Navi played that last map, and it's only going to get harder.
Oh, did I? Yes.
Yeah, I think some players might be more comfortable now, but I think nothing matters more than if the
Tank's
better
gonna
team
be
is
on the
more
world. It's
comfortable.
gonna look like Earth.
At least, again, it's going to be a CT side start. That's always nice. Anubis was always
Gunther
gonna
may
be
be
a
the
risk.
president, but Tank is
So-
God.
Problem is that we did see some good things about FaZe back on Anubis, and yet they also didn't really stand a chance. They made sort of a comeback happen.
I'm
but
considering
Navi were never out of control.
whenever PB can be a
Really feel
full-on
like
member of the
I
zoo,
think we're gonna have more stand
moving
in the sense
Tank
of,
into
you know, FaZe hopefully able to
a
close
very
advantages
sterilized
if they're in those
version of
positions,
the
because,
foster room,
you know, we talk about the randomness
and
of
seeing
moves.
how him and
It
Zeke
just
and
definitely
Gunther
feel
would
like
vibe. Well, I know he
just
gets along
random
with
knowledge,
Gunther,
made some great mid-round
but
calls,
how
found
him and
all the
Zeke would
gaps,
vibe.
exploited everything in that T side. You'd like to think on a a more comfortable map for Navi, but the same can be said for FaZe, that they're going to slot back
Zeke
in
is very
a little bit
dominant,
here
but
on
not
Either
confident.
way, it's Navi's home ground. So
And
let's see
Tank
show up on this T side.
Can
Navi's
be
always
dominant,
a delight to watch on this
but
map.
he's
Yeah,
confident.
And the other thing was the flashes last map for Navi. Those had me shook a bit. Again, from the bottom of
The
their
last
map,
thing I
all
want to
the
do
things
is
looked
stress
like they were
Zeke
at the
out and
top.
have another emergency.
Likely get more of the
But I
same
would
now.
like to give the
Broke
boys
in
a try
great spot
again.
with these dualies.
Would be nice for tankers to be out of isolation, although private quarters are nice too. This is true. I know he likes his room and his space, but I feel bad when he's like playing with Slavka under the door. Like, he obviously likes being around other cats. Tank is just very. He's like the old man male version of Slavka. He gets a little too up in your grill. I don't want him to be stinky with anyone. Or for anyone to be stinky with him if he's too playful, because he's so playful. He loves to play. But it would be very nice.
Would be their first 3v5 victory. Oh, they still have to look alive. Some shots getting missed. Oh, God. No.
It's brutal.
I don't remember what stopped the process before. Was that when Ringo arrived?
NKJ had his hands in the air, and sometimes that's a good thing. But this isn't a music festival.
Yeah.
Now we start
Straight down
expanding.
on that roller coaster, and you can feel
So
it in
every
the pit of
3
your
we
stomach.
do 1 extra.
2 nice USP taps to open up here, and then Na'Vi just comes swinging in. Wonderful P250. It's a delight for Na'Vi. It felt like, a reasonable retake-ish
Oh, that's
setup
too
for
tight.
FaZe, but
Yeah.
same thing on Anubis. So many times they're
I
playing
love how
back.
this yarn feels with the end product, but working with it is such a bitch.
They just get out fragged all the
It was
same time.
PR times pre-Ringo. Well, I remember him jumping up on the hallway chair and looking at
The only
Diesel,
funny part about that was Brokey Nut.
but I don't remember if Ringo was here then, and I don't think so.
Those USPs on long could be rough.
I just remember him looking at Diesel, like Tank and Diesel. Haha, funny.
Right now.
So I think Ringo put the kibosh on our last attempt.
Really been shaken when
Which
it comes
is
to
okay.
defense
I
as
love
well.
you, Ringo.
Early
I'm
on
not
in
blaming
Anubis,
you.
There was that MP9 buy that came close. But even when Na'Vi run into a whole stack, they still land on their feet.
As long as it would be in everyone's best interest, I would love for all of the
We
boys
talk
to be
about Na'Vi
together.
being number 2 and
Also, I need like some male heavy presence in my house that's not drooling and slobbering. I mean, we have the boy dogs, and they take up space. They're a lot of love, but they're drooling and slobbering. I've never had so many female cats in my life. It's an interesting existence. I need some man heavy presence in this room. This is my
Yeah, I mean, if you're a top 2 team in the
My
world,
boys'
you should be
turf.
beating down on top 50 rosters. I mean, it should be 2-0s.
I don't know how to explain it, but there's a certain vibe to the present,
MP9 half by delaying their first rifle like they did on Anubis.
to the presence.
Brokey making some AWP money. That's an important double. It will get him the cash. And so AWP can come out in this first proper full rifle round now for FaZe. And they'll be 3-0 up. That's just another number on the ticker closer to the playoffs.
Fun part about Ancient is it can
I
go
think
for
Circle is going to be best for
a lot of
this.
mid control. In for both sides, you can have a lot of
I like
deep
it so far.
control, which means early gunfights.
Did it a little
which
tight
again,
at
can be fun.
first,
Not as
so it
much
has
as we
like
on the CT
kind of like a
side,
hat shape
but
to
it's
it.
not
It looks like a little
but
cattail.
all at the same time.
It's the perfect little fruitfuls at the end, color-wise. He'll have like a little divot,
Makaze comes out with
like
2
a
back.
concave bit that he
does
can snuggle
transfer as
into in the
well.
middle.
So it takes Jacob to
'Cause
save
it'll
them.
follow the shape as it goes. It won't be bowl-shaped, but it'll have kind of like a concave wave to it. A concave wave,
Still
man.
here on the edge, waiting to execute. Will they reconsider? 2 players spotted at B. Wonderful checks the flank. But I mean, they have a molly and 2 flashes. Alexi smoke inside of the cave.
When are we back to? That's the
They're worried
first.
about a mid lurk. And they don't have that.
They actually make like little
It's gonna be a very
plastic,
interesting spot for Twist.
similar to safety pins, but different, to mark where your stitches are, and I have them and I've used them before. I should use one for this, but I'm lazy.
And now almost no hope for Alexi B. He can maybe get to this bomb, but you know CTs are going to be close.
And mark where you're increasing or decreasing or need to change colors.
Guillotined. Alexi B crouching in, does a lot of damage, but he's not going to find that kill. Brokey's on the line. Nice pre-fire, puts him on 30 health.
And he knows actually that Twist is low now.
Nate
Oh,
go a
Nate
long
is gonna
way.
hurt.
The backside. Nate finds Brokey. Twist saves the round with a 3rd kill. Phew.
Yeah, no kidding, man. That would have been a free plant and a nightmare 1v1 for the T who has to retake. Health wouldn't matter that much
Good.
at that point.
I'm gonna callus
He's
my
already
finger.
shooting when he's turned around.
It's already indented.
Now this is a real emergency
want my-
spot for
my
Twist.
thick
it's
needle.
great
I
they
don't
can
know
hold
where it
there, but
is.
you can see he's worried about
It's in a
everything.
project bag somewhere. Too many project bags.
Right. He's breaking in earlier than
Do
Anubis.
things.
Is a
Don't
good
want to do
sign.
them anymore. Leave them to the side. Come back to them later.
Sometimes be a poison chalice. But again, Nancy with that first kill.
It calls the cancel.
Oh,
Kazi low health as well. Gonna recommit later. Lexi has made it up heaven. Had no real cave presence here for FaZe. It's Brokey again, AWPing on the site.
They run the whole rotation. I don't
I feel like
think
I could
Alexei
start the tank process
feel like
now,
this is a
but then
thing, so
the
they'll
big
just
zoo
quietly
doesn't
come
get
back
in my
and pit.
bedroom.
Does this
And they
mean
like
wanna
having
walk
my
past
bedroom.
Donut or not?
I don't want
They
to take that away
potentially
from
feel
them.
split, but
Because if they do get along, I want to do the same process. I don't want to move as fast with intros as I did with Zeke, even though they did okay with it. I'd want to, just because of Tank's personality, I'd want to err on the side of how I introduced Gunther and Voya,
We saw him try
where
to
it was
come in
like a
with
3 to
pre-fire,
4 month
perfect
process
crosshair
of
placement. Last round was a little off.
2 separate spaces, but then supervised time together.
It's going to make you scared of Donut late in the round. There's no one there for now.
And it's going to be a CT mid timing. They want to.
It's a pain in the ass to do, but I think it'll be easier the second time around.
Jacob's going to be alone for a while.
Know what I'm doing instead of thinking in the moment. What do I
Navi
do?
Try to erupt. Jacob
Oh.
tapping out a second.
Oh, and Artiste.
Lovely
And
done.
her teeth.
The kill is fantastic.
Come on.
And that is the round at the feet of FaZe.
That is beautiful. And again, because they didn't push back in the mid, it had to be all him.
So a sigh of relief here for FaZe. Not just the first round.
The
of
big
back-to-back
trees
and
look out of
clean.
place. Did
All
they
the
change
setup
those?
for a more competitive map here. As Na'Vi
The
are
ones
full
in
broke.
like the distance on the map.
Right now, we get anchors, and off of their individual level, are putting together
Gah.
these formidable sight holds and kind of handling business one at a time. But that's enough to just send Na'Vi back to his, low buy. Obviously, one save gun. No investment beyond the spoil.
I love you, Peebers. You finish this row and then I gotta go tinky and I'll give you smooches.
And I thought if this was going to come down to mid control, that this is where Na'Vi would actually be able to really impose their will on FaZe. But
Impose
so
their
far,
will.
the trades have actually been pretty good from the defense.
Quite a way to phrase it.
But they'll be quite stubborn about it. Here they are back to it.
Hi, Zeke.
Really just
You're
trying
very
to put this
silly.
rifle in position.
You're very
Got that
silly.
mid control for free, but again, it's info. Netu can drop a smoke as soon as he sees him.
Here, I'll have like a little
He's gonna
little
What
pedestal
is
to
the
snudge
error?
into.
No helmet. Gets taught a lesson here
Not really a pedestal.
by Makaze. No, dear.
Like
This
if he
is
was a
very
fairy in a
very
forest,
wrong, very
sleeping
quickly.
underneath
They
a
get that
mushroom
off.
cap.
Wonderful.
There
Is
we go.
Knife out gunning the
That's a
right
better
guy.
way of explaining
This
it. I don't know
going
how, but it
disastrously
is.
for FaZe. A 5v3 for Na'Vi. A wonderful extends the lead. Just going for pot shots now. Glock finds another dink. Twist trying to fight back with a USP, and there's a Glock again for Makazi. Low health will not stop him. Can Frozen do anything? Thrust into an impossible clutch by his team. His smoke, kit, and
It was like
timing.
difficult mode.
RV hideout in plain sight. Frozen
Sheesh.
pins the herd. Double up. Smoke on the bomb. Things are getting weird now. Makazi needs a Glock triple. Surely that's unrealistic. Frozen with a 5-second, and Makazi with a bluff called is too late to the party. They save themselves from absolute embarrassment. It is Frozen who bails them out.
They would not have been able to
Decent.
live that down. Oh, they just let him walk into the site.
It was well played.
It's a Glock one-shot entry, followed by a Deagle kill. Galil not necessary. And that should have been the final thing.
2v5.
I'll be right back. And give PB a smooch.
It's great that Frozen pulls us back. They're going to be happy about it for sure.
Put
My
this in the recycle.
Oh, it hurts for Makazi, man. He never got
silly
in
boys.
all that action. He got 2 Glock kills, and he
Yeah.
stayed on Glock.
Yeah, freaking upgrade should have followed higher. It's like,
Unlock it. Look, you can laugh it off if you're Na'Vi. You just got a fantastic round with nothing, but
yeah, they also know they could have won.
yeah. Missed opportunity, perhaps. No alarm sounded yet here. Let's see this mid control again. Na'Vi do want to go back for something. Pressure early just to stop FaZe from feeling confident enough to climb up. And Netu able to hide out again, but late flash will just wreck his round. And Makazi does not stop. Never. Triple kill in middle. This is his domain.
He's playing aim labs. There's absolutely no way he just got that third.
Transfers. Just another day.
That's a donk round. Round of your dreams as you're coming out of elbow. I mean, it's nothing but aim that gets you those kills. No amount of planning can set you up for success in that situation. I mean, a first flash helped, obviously, but man, that's all mechanics.
Aim he's got in spades.
Yeah, and as Maui brought up, like they've transformed him into the whole package. He was just such a great entry fragger, so explosive, so selfless, to be honest, but now just so good at also slowing down, which you have to be when you're playing on Na'Vi. But they've really harnessed his full talent now on this team.
What it feels unfair to compare anyone to Donk. I think just in the style and in the positions, at times I see what you're talking about.
You can with his stats on Anubis. You can. If there's one guy out there. That's something special.
Just smashes down the front door here for FaZe, and simple walk into B. It's Na'Vi on their fourth. Hanging around quite close here. Don't concede too much ground.
Feels like money is pretty relevant for FaZe. I mean, they'll be able to keep this.
One save allows 5 guns, so Brokey does need this orb, and they'll allow it. Show me that Akazi triple.
PB says hi.
Better than the first time I saw it.
She says hi.
What can you do? Just gotta shrug it off.
Yeah, you gotta
You're
walk
much
that
more
one.
calm than the last time I brought you in here. That's Counter-Strike. We like that. We watch that. You want to see the poo-poos? You want to see the pew-pews?
Kit here for FaZe, everything else.
Just
Yeah,
watch.
this house
See,
gets
they're
very
running.
expensive if they don't win this round.
They're throwing.
And the fact that Na'Vi still have the propensity to just walk out mid every single time, they're happy to try it again. And it always used to be Emma to be the one, to get all those frags.
She does keep looking. She's looking around, but she keeps looking up at the game.
There's a new sheriff in town.
PB's almost ready for Strimcat.
Smoky wouldn't
Maybe.
dare. Frozen's not gonna let him get away with that. Double up with the FAMAS before Wonderful stems the bleed.
Maybe.
The boss is not watching
Danger.
that. Okay.
She's watching. Oh, now she's over it.
They're coming back for more. Slow down, boys. There's low health. 2v4. We've seen some ridiculous rounds in this series already for Na'Vi.
He's just seen.
To something else.
Yeah, they know two are in Donut and one's back at mid for sure. Free walk into the site. Bomb will get cut off if they come and try to clear this. Just depends on how fast they speed up. I mean, Bit would love to be able to come back to fight them.
Slavka hasn't really snuck in on. Oh, I wanted to show you guys.
This is the safe way to do it.
They need this kill. Nice. Will deliver it. So at this point, they can presume. Watch out on that B-bomb site.
Oh yeah, they've got an air tag on him. They know exactly where he is.
Slavka hasn't really been sneaking in on the boys because she's a good girl now, kind of, a little bit, sort of.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty solid. And we saw
But
some of
I'd
that
like to
stuff,
see
Anubis,
how
where
her
they
and
were
Zeke
being
interact
proactive,
before
sort of
I
resulted in
consider
round
him being
down
with
here.
another
Amazing.
small,
Winning the rounds they have to win.
Yeah.
The money-breaking
but
rounds,
slightly
not
less
losing
crazy
to the
baby.
Eco, just about
PB has CBD.
keeping themselves in this game.
Man, this is so good.
Oh, my label is over the label. I can't show you guys the brand. She has a big tube of CBD that we squeeze down just tiny little bits every 12 hours. Because she's so little, unless we were doing IV pain meds, she would need them compounded, and that would take like a week to 2 weeks. So she has CBD for pain management right now.
I gotta turn your back on it.
Because she's so little. She's 4 pounds, 10 ounces. PB's CBD, TBD. Yeah, she got her second dose today. The first one I started at midnight last night. And then today at noon. And then we'll do tonight again at midnight. She's doing really good though. She's had 2 of her antibiotics. And she hasn't had any accidents since.
Conceded for now. Simple for Brokey.
I'm glad I overreacted.
Run and gun. Nice trade
When I
here
tried the
from
diaper
Isaiah.
on her, she was very like upset about it being right here more than anything. Like she wasn't just doing the silly stupid catwalk.
Game graph
Like, oh, why'd you put clothes on me? She seemed genuinely uncomfortable with how it was pushing, and that made me think that there's like bladder inflammation going on, which she does have a little bit of an infection, a little bacterial
Coming halfway
infection.
through the game and decide.
double up.
16 rounds.
Got her meds, and then she should be good to go.
Overtime loss.
I do think she'll still have occasional issues just because of her tummy troubles and
Breather.
how that makes everything kind of uncomfortable everywhere.
'Cause sure, you've had Mikaze find you
But
entries out mid,
it's
but
good
why
to
doesn't he have
overreact
this
sometimes.
decent?
It's just so funny. It's such a big tube.
Pistol doesn't
32 doses in here.
That's true.
They had to show me like
Where they
exactly how to do it because I
really
was
tried to
afraid to
make
give
their
her too
money,
much. You
and
just
there
twist
has
the
been
top thing
answers,
up
so.
to each dose part, but she only gets one each. But then I have it for everyone else if they need it too.
Mid-rounding has still
Because
been
5
tough.
to
I mean, when they
15
came to
pounds
Jacob
is
when he
1
was left
gram,
alone on A,
and
it
then
was still the right
16
idea
pounds
that
plus
they
is
could
2
get through. When they
grams.
went to twist, he got 2, but he was alone.
Which I remembered
So,
this being
sometimes when they're
expensive,
running into
and I was
stacks,
like, is there anything else that we can use? And that's when I learned about compounded IV, blah blah blah. But it was only expensive the last time I got it because I got it for my dad's cat Sylvester, and Sylvester is big. Sylvester is about 22 pounds and not fat, just large. He looks kind of fat when he lays down, but that's because he's really fluffy. He's not long haired, but he's a fluffy short hair. But he's just a big cat. I call him the Burmese mountain dog of cats.
Getting damage on phase players jumping off of red.
Like Navi are happy to get away
It's
with
the
first
cat
kill, 'cause
version
they
of
know they
this.
always get 2 back, but then FaZe still answer back even more. It's actually a rare situation
He's a
where
tuxedo
Navi
cat,
with the
Sylvester,
imperial advantage
but
with the map control at the same time.
this is him in dog form, like not
Pushing with an orb.
fat, just
Bulb
thick.
here.
Thick
The
boy.
timing's pretty good, but,
He's a big boy.
watching elbow right
He's a
before
former
this
street
push,
kitty.
and
My vet's wife's parents
so
Uh,
wants to get a kill and get out,
take
but
care
that's
of the
not gonna be
outdoor
the
kitties
case.
like I do.
Navi pick it up
And
and
Sylvester was a
fire.
friendly guy that came by to them, and they were looking for a home
Triple
for
fade,
him.
but nice to know that
I
when
don't
he
remember
passes
how
this
it got
round,
mentioned to
middle,
me or why I mentioned it to my dad or what, but
these rounds are living and dying a bit right now for
it was
Navi.
during COVID we facilitated all of that. My dad is such a germaphobe. He looked like such a fucking freak showing up to meet Sylvester.
Looked like a little bit
Which, like, he was dressed mindfully and understandably, and in certain situations I would do the same. But, like, he was going into a stranger's house, so he had, like, the super, not, like, the side things, but
Well, but from
the most
actually love the
high-featured
watching this.
regular wear mask that you can imagine. Winter gloves with latex gloves underneath.
In the favor of FaZe
I-
yet again, Twist is having a
He looked
far better round
hilarious.
here. 12-6.
I like
It's
the
a
big
great call. I
kitties,
mean, it's looking
too.
like excellent protocols. As soon as
I feel bad when I'm handing them off at the vet, though. Like, I always felt bad giving Voya's carrier to one of the techs, because he was a big boy. I feel bad passing off Tank. Because you can see them, like, pick up the carrier with, like, expectancy of being able to pick it up, and then you just see them holding it like this.
Good chance for Bit to get going in this
Tank
game.
is only about 13 pounds, but he, like, squats his weight out. Like, he dead weights inside of the carrier. I don't know.
Corrupted.
He feels heavier than he is in the carrier.
This is just a save for Navi. The elongated one in
Tank is funny.
2v4 with almost no utility.
now, as good as this CT side is looking, you know,
I
you
think
still
I'm
got
turning
quota. Still
Tank into my
engines, and
coping cat.
Some of your best rounds could be behind you when you switch over. So they
Usually
really
I
are
cling
looking
to
for
Pippi.
7 if we want
But I think Tank
to
is
see
turning
some
into the
kind of
coping
upset in this
cat.
series.
They're from the same streets.
Makes the orb look tiny.
Yeah.
They both walked in the house.
It's just the
Still
end
can't
of-
believe Tank walked in the house.
No
Can
hunting here.
remind me of
FaZe
that for
will
the rest
keep
of my
their lead,
life,
keep
and
their
I will
advantage, and
just
keep their
still
lead
be
for now.
aghast. Would not have expected that in a million years. Still don't quite believe it happened, but it happened. Zeke is pretty big too, I
In terms
guess.
of conditioning,
He's
you
big
know,
next to
well, it's
Gunther, but Gunther's on the
right
small
answers.
side, so
And they're the ones who do have a right to
It's
be
not
right in the middle if they're
proportionate to
most of the
see.
time with all these
After
great
having
players.
Peewee now, Slavko looks so big.
Did Na'Vi do it again?
Like, she is big now, but she's still
Yeah, are they
small.
really gonna go
But
for
Charlie's
it? It
still
looks
the
like not this
smallest.
time.
But she looks so big.
And how quickly are we talking about
Like, you're a
this
full-size
gameplay?
cat now. When did that happen?
Doesn't even spread really, so Na'Vi just go charging into this site. Jacob up close. He has been a bit of a rock in this series, holding on for one. Can't catch the jumping Alexi B and an upgrade as well. Wonderful's on that AWP. Decent AK's handed over. Might need to be here for Na'Vi as they freeze and wait for the flank. Kazi only pistol, P250 waits in red.
This is crazy, but Brokey, he's not gonna walk out of mid surely with this op.
I mean, they're doing it together, so is this the
Oh,
replay
yeah.
that comes back to bite?
No.
Phase in the face. Netsu takes a bullet to it. Makazi maybe ready for more. Did he see Shadow? No, Brokey still gets that kill. 2v2, Na'Vi could have reset, so Brokey leaves his teammate alone. It's frozen. Back of CT.
Siren is so nice,
Na'Vi
but
maybe
it's
feel
so
like they have
awkward.
to take some space. Wonderful goes towards long. Back turn. Easy picking here for Frozen. And that only that. FaZe recover on this second map. It may be Na'Vi's pick, but FaZe have something to say about that.
I don't know. When we do too good on one half, the next half is like often doomed.
There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
Or like a very slow crawl to get up.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
I'm not holding my breath.
Hold this. It's like this, yeah? Thank you. Okay, yeah. Which is why we've used science. Science, bitch. If you're not gonna take this seriously,
Science.
no,
Like
you're
Bill
taking
Nye.
it serious. Then stop. Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win. Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers. For gamers. I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro.
Well, that's what I need
Turn it.
then.
You gotta, no, rotation. You can drink it whenever you like. Just show them. Show them. Power! Yeah. Good. All right, listen up. Power formula! Think less, win more. Ready? Yeah. Think less, win more.
The new mantra. Like we're making Tank a funny little hat. I feel like it has bucket hat vibes right now. Yeah. $13 seconds. My brain is like so fucking zoo coded. I thought that was a cat hissing.
FaZe proved a point.
The
They come out of that with a two
coming
round
back.
lead, leaving us 7-5.
Oh my god.
Going into T-side, it still will not be easy. But I think in terms of matching up to an opponent on
Did
their
not
map
know what
choice,
was happening
especially
there.
to the caliber of Na'Vi, point taken. We have to respect them now. That was very good from the perspective of rotations and mid rounds, and I think most importantly, sight holds.
Yeah, we've had a great game out of Twist and Frozen as well, which is kind of the necessary players here to perform for FaZe if they were going to have a chance today. Pistol round Faye just running this A side, trying to get the Julies off the top, and Jacob will do so. Oof, even a goosh to Makaze. Jacob running him down, pulling most but not all of Na'Vi over. Nice kills.
Decent.
Yeah, always gets his on pistols.
Somehow he finds a way. Bit's still here though, and they weren't ready for a player on the long side, so he storms in, plays his timing, takes the space. Player on default announces their presence, and Bit will fall to the man at ramp. Nicely done here for FaZe, bringing the energy
Well
as well as the
executed.
volume.
Yeah, big time. I mean, you lose Kerrigan, but so you've got to replace that sort of noise vacuum, right? You've got to make sure that, and I mean, sometimes you never know who it's going to be. It was like Naphany before he came out to land. We didn't know how loud he was going to be, and then he was really loud. So, and then Nachuska contributing big time. So that's an energizing victory. FaZe get an 8th round.
It's gonna get all lettucey and wavy.
I mean, it's a great opportunity, I guess, for Netu
Wavy
to show what
daisy.
he's got, right? He's been a bit of a prospect. We saw him with Ents kind of struggle to find stability and success, so much so that he all benched the team and went full finish. And
Ents is always
may-
Ency
may-
in my
may be
head.
out on FaZe, but
I can't help it.
for a player of this guy's lack of, I guess, opportunity, it's a great chance to play on a play tier.
There's obviously no room on Vitality. So.
Not yet. Coolio though sent an audition tape today.
This looks like a very promising time to go for an A split.
Lovely, but nothing worse than the perfect flash and then just blind spray.
Counter mogged by the perfect crosshair placement.
Jacob does have a chiseled jawline. Oh, get your face smashed, Makazi. 3-on-2, and this is a lockdown hit for FaZe. This is Na'Vi's pick. This is their home ground, and this is FaZe making mincemeat of them right now.
Yeah, truly couldn't really ask for more. And could it be more surprising for for Na'Vi to maybe get like the pick? Obviously, coming out here, how prepared are you going to be with the whole rest of the map pool, not knowing exactly what Nature's going to bring to the team, then also having to play Anubis, but they were perfect.
Decent.
Whole different story over on Ancient here.
Didn't roll over the iron.
The map is dust. That may be where reality could set in.
Mhm.
Let's not count Na'Vi out before we've seen gun rounds on the CT side. It's not going to come up until 10-5. Gonna need a pitch perfect defensive half here for Na'Vi. Now one more swing with pistols. And yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, already 8-2 in pistol rounds this tournament. That's just his golden stat. One trade back, and Emma will fall back from donut control. Now this is where we really see, how well Twist can organize the troops. Going 1-for-1 won't be entirely satisfactory yet.
Stitch is a bitch.
Reset as Na'Vi go for mid clear. So realizing that donut smoke is
There
a
you
fake,
go.
they're going to go back and stack this B site.
Good floof.
They've already got the right movement from the CTs.
He may even flank. I mean, this could be high impact if Na'Vi find kills in their defense.
They're trying to run into this. Lexi's just going to glue into all the utility. Emma starting to take speed, and Roki sees him rotate in.
Yeah, it's still too late. FaZe committed. They've got cave smoked off thanks to Na'Vi, and so that bomb can go down. Bit of a fake to draw them out, and some smoke spam for good measure. Locking in a 10th
Oh, we
round here
got
for FaZe.
That's really nice. I think when Brokey saw that push in a cave, you realize there is a stack, so Fake Plant is perfect. They had the time to do it, smokes are still fresh and everything like that, and it's an easy and cool 10th round now for FaZe Clan.
All right, is that anything here for Na'Vi? Time to find out. They've given themselves very little wiggle room here in this CT side. Off the back of that force. So AWP comes in for Wonderful. Blade comes in for Na'Vi.
This is why we never force, guys. I think for sure this game isn't over. Even if it's a 5-round gap, it's a great start. The full rifles will tell us a lot more. I remember a period of time where Na'Vi, it felt like from interviews they were just kind of like tired of having a boot camp with each other and spend so much time together on the road all the time. You don't really hear about that anymore. Winning really just solves all your problems, I think.
Yeah.
It's a fair point.
Oh, it's messy in middle. Full by Jake goes right there, but McCarthy gets him through smoke. Here we're getting loosey-goosey now. Pop through this smoke. Second time might be the charm.
The
But
counter flash.
that US
Well then.
spit his head back out for another.
That's about as messy
All
as it
right.
gets.
Yeah.
Everyone had an arm over their eyes coming into their fight, whether it was elbow or up B lane, and that was even through a smoke.
2 USP kills for Bit against Guns. Oh dear.
And I think, I don't think he's having a great game either, so.
They caught him on the reload. But
I don't like
what do about that?
who you got the counter flash, or was it their own flash?
Might have been from CT
Yeah,
rotation.
that's possible.
Let's see it pop. FaZe had great counters to mid control on the CT side, but how do they fare on the offensive half? It's another brawl for middle. Jacob down and Netiu trading. Then Lexi comes in to assist. I do enjoy watching Alexi in this position.
Yeah,
Knows when to
Giggity.
thrust himself through the smoke.
the timing god, always so good at finding those HEs. Now, if they want to live and die by the sword, going for mid control, it's not going to be the same deal coming into T side. It's, again, always about who throws that last flash. It feels like it's something that's just fallen out of the meta a little bit. It's just going for those scrappy mid duels. People are trying to find new answers on Ancient, and that's probably not one of the answers. Wow, it worked.
All by design, or not, but the bomb's going A for the record, so probably don't know where this one's ending up. Not yet. Twist tunnelling through this smoke, and he hasn't been seen. So as they speed up, as they make their presence
Hasn't
quick,
been
they might have
seen.
one more kill before
You said
all is
that's
said
so
and done.
funny.
Ooh, the full flank is coming in quickly. They're gonna maul
He
it,
was
put the bomb down.
speaking in
Any
an
extra time
audiobook
on
or
this,
something.
and the flank is gonna be so potent. They're still floating a little bit, not ready for this timing.
Yeah, not in positions, out in the open.
When will they check?
3 kills here for Ema. Can he figure it out? Yes, he can.
And they know Twist is on the other side of the map. This is
Too
the
far.
defuse.
Full stick. Ema puts a molly down, and there's nothing Twist can do. He has to run right through this one. Whoa, wait, missed chance, but it's okay. The bomb's
Yeah.
defused, and it's going to be Na'Vi onto 7. Ema, big flank, big impact.
Yeah, big time.
Big guy for you.
Big shoes.
Oh, it's FaZe clowning around here. Unfortunate re-clear timing there for Na'Vi. Felt like FaZe made the perfect move though. It had Twitch really selling it. Just comes down to Ema not believing.
Never believe your opponent. That's what I always say.
They're liars.
Yeah. All right. Oh, they're gonna try to come in fast for this B play. Careful. This is a rich CT side.
Low smoke down, and they just shoot right through it. FaZe might just run, and that's the bomb
That's the
gone as
bomb.
well. It was only armorless pistols for the
Oh,
most
I
part.
took that too far
You
past.
really want to plant that thing if you can.
Rookie jump through the smoke.
Needed one more.
Well, they're giving him nothing.
Well, it's not very convoluted in terms of the T side calls. They're trying to go for very minimalist T side. Early mid entries, quickly to B. It's a very simplified game plan. I don't know. Na'Vi looked very comfortable with that. Obviously, a couple of these rounds weren't full buys. Be another real test for FaZe to come forward with now.
You said it at 10-5. This game is not over. Now it's tightening up quickly as
I
FaZe
knew that was a
more money
jinx.
into this round. 2 Galils and a Deagle. Like that 1 Galil, but it's still a bit
I
desperate.
heard it and I tried not to verbally acknowledge it, just mentally. I knew it was a jinx.
Just like in life, money's the most important thing, Hugo.
Your friends closer, your cash closer.
Try to invest in as many weapons as possible.
This is not financial advice.
It is the best ancient B-site anchor in terms of bomb site hold percentage this year.
That's only because Vitality don't play this map.
True.
Or Aurora.
Yeah. Issues low. Oh, they're both dead. And that was off the pause as well.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's off the pause, but it's the exact same round.
And they tried different. They tried different timing, but there's no reflash to get them out middle. They're waiting for Na'Vi's, and then Makazi just swings them dry.
And he just hit him with that nade too, so he knows he's there.
Nade you?
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Broken twist now. And the timing, that's Counter-Strike for you. How about 4? How about it?
Damn.
Makazi on both halves, causing a ruckus in middle. And this game is almost tied up.
Just a total shutdown by Mikaze.
This one is crazy.
Bird is so thick.
Did he get all of them there, or is that 4? Who's got that last kill?
Who knows?
Who cares?
They're dead, ain't they?
Do they want to try mid again?
Yes, they do.
Dangerous decision. Oh, he gets that blind.
Full blind transfers
Jesus.
perfectly. He knows what they're gonna do before they do it.
So inspirational. Mikaze.
Just come and get me. Get off me. Oh, 3 on 5 and nades not available here for FaZe. Just gotta walk it in. Oh, the cave reclay might come at the perfect timing here for Na'Vi.
Peek it.
Boost up and goodbye. Run up the ramp, but Bit ain't hanging about. He goes in for another.
There was an
And what a
attempt.
recovery for Bit. Very quiet first half, but well and truly back in the game now with multiple stellar B-side holds.
Dude, that's kind of
He was blind
insane.
before he saw it.
Yeah, he was blind before. I swear when we watched it, initially, he wasn't.
But now on the replay,
He definitely was.
I'm reconsidering.
And there is the lead gone.
Oh my. Well,
Lead never happened.
what lead? 10-5.
10 now.
Rookie orb, wonderful orb. Gonna try, but oh, so close. If he shot a bit sooner, that would have been his. Brokey's low now.
Like there was just a bit too much going on.
Ooh, okay. Can't see.
This time that.
Yeah, bit flash, but it's okay because no punish here. FaZe outside of the B door, the exception of Frozen. It's just when you have nothing, like how do you get back in this round? You have to hope Na'Vi give you the kills, and Mikaze is not in a giving mood.
No. He's the Grinch right now.
It ain't Christmas.
Oh my god.
It's a cold day in hell. Twist double. Mikaze just confident. Oh, he could have failed any time, but he is looking for this round.
No crouch stamina left, doesn't care, still wants to fight. There's a guy coming out behind him. Brokey's not ready to fight though, the door smoked. Suddenly he has to peek.
And he does nail the shot. Bomb is at his feet. Second player of the cave. Wonderful scope. Did they hear it? They don't know. Brokey, oh, wonderful rather, does take it. Brokey speeds up towards that B bomb site. Doesn't hang around for the fight. Gonna put that bomb down and take space back.
I am gonna mark this.
Wonderful's playing a little bit far back. Bomb gets planted. Now he knows he can move.
It's not a
Rookie's so low though. I mean, swap to the 8K makes perfect
regular
sense.
tool, but
He's gonna sit in his own smoke.
it's so thick I'm gonna lose that spot.
All the timing, but
Little
once he plays back in cave, knows where Wonderful
Looks like
is
a-
gonna be coming from.
ceramic bowl from like the 70s.
Man, a Molly is actually a huge problem for Brokey. If Wonderful even...
Oh, T.
Surely not.
1 second. He saves it.
Wow.
Oh, that's close.
Skin of your teeth to make that move on 20 health. The presumption is he wouldn't dare.
Yeah, and it actually makes it 11. Man, if that Molly dropped, there would have been no counterplay for Brokey whatsoever. It's been a solid map for Twist. Number of rounds in Maltese.
Huge round to win here for FaZe. Felt like they were just running out of steam. 5 rounds in a row. Getting battered in middle. Makazi did it again this round with 2 kills. Brokey, who felt like he was just almost too late on that door smoke, still saves him in the 1v1. Did feel like Ema played too soon on cave, right? It was a wonderful clearing middle.
Yes, that was
And
free if
he
they
was
just
calling
waited.
he had the kill for sure.
Do you think he was though? Because it's Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, Wonderful, say something.
Yeah.
Why is he still fighting up top?
Don't peek, I have him. That would have made all the difference. Would have been a 2v1 against Brokey on low health.
We know Wonderful's a quiet guy.
So you gotta communicate. Just a nade smash in middle. FaZe don't want to risk running into Makazi again. Him and Ema hold on to this position while Twist calls a fake.
Man, it's
on his
Wonderful.
B site.
It's Wonderful can get shaken. He's on the signpost, which is perfect to hold. Rotation back around, but it's going towards the B side. This fake is working out.
The volley and a missed chance here. Wonderful headshot down low. Just choosing to escape. But that's still a big problem. It means Na'Vi have no real estate on this A side. As the bomb goes down, do Na'Vi know that 2 FaZe players are lost to the wind?
Man, there's such big flanks in place as well.
Oh
Makazi's
my.
timing is huge. This boost is not going to work. Oh my goodness, what a spray. He's up there now, at least.
Oh yeah, but at what cost? 2v5, they've got the info as well. They can wait for Makazi to finish the job. 3 kills deep into this retake, the hot flank that could, and Makazi's on that defuse. He's just going to stick it straight up to 11 rounds here for Na'Vi. FaZe have given us an admirable run here on Ancient, but Na'Vi could be
It's
pulling
not
the
over
rug from
yet.
under them at the end of regulation.
5 of the last 6 rounds, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah. 6 out of the last 7
damn it. Yeah, it's 6
rounds.
of the
Sorry,
last
man.
7, unfortunately. Have to say that. But the 1 round that FaZe win, it's a 1v1. It's pricey.
Yeah. No gifts. Just poison here for FaZe. And of course they have to buy. Got triple Galils. And maybe even more. And so all of that hard work on FaZe's first half
The fact
goes
they,
up in smoke.
they can just ignore the B players in that situation and just focus on full flanks.
Just so quick, right? Like,
Yeah.
look at those couple of rounds that FaZe have found timing in A main and found either an empty site or Wonderful misses his shot. It's Ema on the hot flank, and now it's Makazi on the hot flank that shuts it down completely.
Oh man, they're trusting flashes here. They want to try to take this. It's risky.
Oh.
It's a hold down, it looks like.
Okay.
No, just a lot of damage.
It might be enough because Ema's still up here in heaven and he's cordoned off in that corner. Netu cannot find the trade kill. No way he's going to just stick it out here.
Yeah,
Ema
ready to go
jumps out. That's just ridiculous. 4v3.
Ooh,
And this is a dirty position for Alexi.
this is all he needs is just 1 kill. If they don't clear this, he can milk it too.
Squeeze it. Grab that udder. And yank it. Mill.
Oh, absolutely milked right there. Man. Damn, man, that's a 12 for Na'Vi, and that is series point now for them.
Playoff point.
They have completed the comeback.
And
I am
FaZe
enjoying
outscored
a
her, man, to come in
different
slow
playing
to
style,
this is
though.
one thing, but they were ready to go from the start of this match.
It's not
They
successful
answered
enough,
the
but it feels
aggression that Na'Vi
reminiscent
gave
of
in middle.
two and a half years ago.
Flanks and brawls. But then, despite a pistol conversion for FaZe,
I want to
Na'Vi
get to
have
my
pulled it
starting
all the way
point
back
again
to
before
their favor.
it's over.
A final swing here for FaZe might just be a big
Will I?
hit.
We shall see.
Like, it's just another series of Galils. It's not going to inspire hope. Needing util damage along
Oh,
the way, and
wait.
look, oh my goodness, who's in front of it all?
He just ran through the smoke right behind him. Kazi does the same. Brawling on this B side for FaZe, making it interesting. Through the smoke goes one more. Big
What a
isolate excellently. Up the ramp is Ema as well. FaZe getting shot in the back and shut
Oh.
down to the left.
Yeah,
Because
no.
Na'Vi are back in business. Clinical 2-0. Salvation here on Ancient from 10-5 down.
Well
They
done.
come back and win in regulation. That's Na'Vi to playoffs. Finals.
That was
Another berth in the playoffs for
Something.
Na'Vi, making short work of FaZe despite it being a dicey map.
I wouldn't say short work here on the second map. That was much closer than expected, but that's really why I've been bigging up Makaze in the fashion that I have.
Yeah.
It's rare that you get a youngster player who can have a bad start, but still at the end of it feels inevitable. The fact that he's always going to find his way back into a game, he was just simply electric and helped deliver Na'Vi this win.
Is this something
High
that changed?
fives.
Did you not be able to depend on him maybe as much in the past for recovering from bad starts? Is that something that's definitely like a boon for him now?
Definitely in his first season with Na'Vi, you got a little bit more of him just kind of running his head into the wall over and over again. But now it feels like there's mix-ups, there's switch-ups, there's ways that he changes up his play in order to make sure that he stays activated. On top of that, Na'Vi always find a way to just support him with the right utility and change up their own starters too.
Absolutely. Alexi, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're just singing the praises of Makaze. Do you want to do the same for this map?
I feel like every interview I'm doing this,
Yes.
and I think it's just it's warranted. I think he's playing tremendous, no matter if it's group stage or the playoffs.
It's true. Tell me a little bit about your recovery on this map. We thought it might be a blowout really for Na'Vi, but a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, I think that we just couldn't keep our economy in control on the T side, and maybe we underestimated their mid fights a little bit. They kind of caught us off guard. We ate, or at least the way they were saying, Miha and Makaze, they were like eating like a flash. Millisecond too quick or something else. Our flashes didn't blind them, and we ended up a bit on the back foot after even winning the pistol and the force buy. But then yeah, I just felt like it was 10-5 and we finally got our money on CT, and I'm just glad we didn't let the game go.
Yeah, definitely so. Maui, you were talking a little bit about how you thought it was going to be very comfortable for Na'Vi specifically via mid. So do you have any criticism for how they played it?
I don't know if I want to throw out criticism right now for it, because it did feel like it was a lot of mid brawls, and sometimes those just simply go in favor of the other team if their utility is second delayed or not exactly what you expect. I wanted to ask kind of initial impression. I mean, a lot of the story here in this matchup is also the fact that it's a brand new FaZe roster in a sense, bringing a new coach, new in-game leader, new player. I mean, how did it feel to play them in this one, just kind of as a team?
Yeah, for sure. I felt like it was competitive on Ancient. They could have ran away with the game. Also, we could be on the third map now. But in the end, we just, show our class and show the fact that it's hard to close a game against us. But at the same time, yeah, they played well. And I think for all of the teams, you saw that Vitality lost their just 2 win streak against Coolio.
so close.
So I feel like these new rosters here, especially like before we go into the stage, they have this, I wouldn't say honeymoon, but they're just trusting each other, doing everything they can, like being very excited and loud, and I think that helps them.
Yeah, it's almost like they have nothing
Big
to
wheeze,
lose, right?
Gunther.
Especially in
Heard
those
you all the way
situations. We
over
have
here.
a round for you as well. You wanted to show him round 16, I believe?
Or
17.
Okay, yeah. I guess this one was pretty interesting. I
Back
just
it
felt like the comms in this
Starting
one had to be
point.
really good. This is the one that gets down to a 3v3. I think we have a player around Cave, it might be Bit, who dies to Twist at the ramp. But then Ema's going for this flank at A. It happens later in the
Right.
round, but how did this play
Next
out?
time
from
I
your perspective?
revisit
'Cause it
this,
felt
we'll
like
start
you guys
sting-
never really
single
bit the
stitching
idea
around,
that
so it's
FaZe
less
was
lettucey.
actually committing to this B bomb site. So what made you think that?
And then it'll start
So
to
after
expand
we saw the
around
smoke
into like
yeah,
his
and
little
we peek, we didn't see anyone.
kitty
There was,
bowl
our Opera
bed
was holding the
shape.
ramp. I died, and after he killed me, I think Valera still understood. Maybe someone threw the util from B lobby, and Frozen didn't throw the util and went to Vietnam, or wood, whatever you want to call it. And I just think our mid players were aware that we were saying, Igor was saying when he was holding banana, like, carry, I don't see anyone. And as soon as we peeked B, we also didn't see. So Makaze made the right play and just flanked A, man.
Okay, nice. Makaze
Might
makes
even
the right
use
play.
less
A lot we
yarn.
can talk
I have a
about
lot
it
of this yarn.
and
I have
the whole
two more
unity
or
of
three
Navi
more
is
big
getting
things
so
of
much
it.
praise. Obviously,
I was over by
second best
yarn
team
though
in the
because
world, but
the
we
dye
haven't really
batches
seen those reps
change.
against Vitality where you were able
So
to
if you
come
buy
on
the
top on a
same
big
one
tournament, in a
1
big
month,
final, something like that.
if you
Then
buy
kinda gets to
more
your head
because
that
you need more
everybody's
for a
like,
project
obviously
like a
they're
month
good,
later,
obviously they're super
it's gonna be
good, like,
slightly
but it has
different.
to happen also.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said on some interviews as
So there's
well, like,
always
you
going
cannot-
to be slight
Like, the era
inconsistencies.
cannot go for,
No,
like,
no.
for years.
The blanket I
It
did
has
with
to-
black yarn,
Yeah, it has to come to an end eventually. But
you can see the
for
differences
us, they've
between
just shown that there are
when I bought
level
more.
above us. And I think, when we
Ever so
reached
slightly. It's not
finals
obvious,
on,
but
Rotterdam,
it's
I felt
noticeable.
we felt like we were playing a very good CS. We had a streak going into the finals, and then they kind of just shut us down.
I
After
figure out
that,
where
we
to put
lost
this
to
so
them on the
Zeke doesn't get
quarterfinals.
into
They
it.
just
On the
completely
piano?
wiped us. So now I feel like the next time we're gonna play against them, I think it's like we have nothing to lose now. Like, we need to calm down a bit. Like, we can see how well we can play against other teams, so we just need to do the same against them.
Yeah, would be a fantastic matchup if we do get to see it. I know you're a big fan of the way Navi's been playing, but we'll see. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll let you go. That is, of course, a couple teams we've got already locked into those playoffs. Always so nice to talk to him, but always level-headed, right? He knows that they have those losses to Vitality in the pocket, and that's, of course, the big goal for everyone here at any tournament.
We're also just trying to pull any string we possibly can as to a reason why a
There you
team
go. I
like
think I
Navi
have a bag
could
in
find
my
the upset
bedroom.
win eventually versus a Vitality team that barely looks like they've even hit a speed bump here. I know that they lost some
They did, actually.
Coolio, but I feel like if there's ever a time to look a little bit less than yourselves, it's off of a big travel, flying from Europe to America. That takes a lot out of some of these players, and different people handle jet lag differently than others.
The jet lag. The jet lag spiel.
I cope for a lot of teams. I cope for Navi themselves. I cope for a lot of underdogs, but I'll also cope for Vitality when I see a reason to say that they can just brush that one off.
You think they only travel in first class?
If you're winning this much, you're upgrading yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the org not do that? Like, hey, congrats, you guys have been doing well. Let's keep it going. No?
I think Vitality probably should. I mean,
Yeah.
Falcons is a guaranteed business minimum class.
I always see those pictures on stories. I'm like, yeah, business again.
We get it.
We
You
get
have
it.
leg room, okay?
Yeah, you're miles, okay? I get it. Anyway, let's take a look at how the group
Very
has
snuggle.
played out so far, because you said it already. Vitality, maybe no speed bump. I think a big speed bump. It was a difficult opening match for them earlier in the
The
day.
pothole.
Kind of thought that would hot dog.
Okay.
It's
But
not
this is
hot dog.
Group B. We'll have Fury versus Blue
Too much yarn.
as our last bet of today, and we'll see. Indeed. So it means we do have a lot of time before we get into the next match. So it's, what are we gonna call it? Shocks and banter, Maui and Snake.
Maui shops. Not bad.
Yeah. What
Shocks
do
and banter is good.
Shocks and banter is good, right? Yeah, we're coming for you.
Really original.
What would you like to talk about first?
I just feel like this tournament, even though
Alright, Club
some
Cult.
people might just glance at it and say,
We're gonna
oh,
snuggle up
Vitality's
with
gonna win,
the
we can
boys.
just kind of walk away from this, and we all know what's gonna happen. A lot of the other little narratives.
Grab a little
that have
cat
been
nap
developing,
for
which,
Serena Day.
in my opinion, are more about
Just a little cat nap. Can I open up Lo-Fi on here? Pretzel Player wasn't working the other day. No, it's still not working again. Oh my goodness, that's so rude. That's okay. I mean, I guess I don't feel like working sometimes too. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. You're just in time to say good afternoon, night. It was nice to see you too, Cygenix. Thank you for popping in for the lurk and work. Oh, that's cat lo-fi. I don't know, I kind of like the cat lo-fi though. You did come in right at the end. We were watching some Counter-Strike and we just lost the first 2 maps, so we're done. And now I'm done. Eep time. Eep time. I shall disperse all of the smooches to everybody. Everybody. I'm gonna take the puppies outside real quick and then I don't know what else I need to do. Take the puppies out, take meds, and then I'll be back over for Snuzzling up with the boys. I gotta move stuff around. I don't know where to put that chair. I don't know where to put that board. I don't know where to put anything. We'll figure it out. Want that open. What do I have for my BRB screen right now? Literally nothing. Let's find something fun. Ooh, what's this? This is like Sailor Moony. I like this. Does this do things? It does. Save? No, it's gonna save it as a WebP file. Link copy to clipboard. So there, and then save image and no. Oh, I liked that one. Oh, that hurts my head. That's not a good one. Maybe. Let's try that. Thank you, Bebs, for chilling for some Counter-Strikes. It was a marvelous time. And for working on Tank's bed. I think it's going to turn out really cute. It's really lettucey right now. Like, it's frilly at the sides. So I just need to single stitch it all the way around. A few more, and then we'll figure out where we need to expand it and where we need to take it in. To give it a cute little bed. I'm excited to be re-inspired by this project. I really did get stuck with the shape I had it in before. It just wasn't making sense. It wasn't fitting my vision. We have a new vision now. I'm gonna take the pups outside, take my meds, do everything that we need to do, and then I'll be snuggling up with the boys in Neo Club Cult. Thank you for chilling this afternoon. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your company. And thank you for your support. More than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable, whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours. I don't see you again for 2 years. Our times collide is beautiful, magical, amazing, and wonderful. And I'm oh so grateful. Oh so grateful. Bebs want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we have the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff, and the sketch for when I will see you Bebs next. Thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. It's a beautiful world that we live in here. And we are making marvelous progress towards Voya's care goals, which I greatly try to say greatly and deeply at the same time. I greatly and deeply appreciate. I'll be right back in a few to snuggle up with the boys and Club Cultaroos. Thank you for chilling on my little Serena day today. I'm glad I was able to make it here. I worked really hard to cut the grass fast. And we made it. We did it. I look forward to when I see you Bebs again. And enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your week, the rest of your timeline. Until I see your marvelous fonts next. I'm an EB girl. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'll be back, Club Cult. Incoming way more... Last time I had this up, I guess I had lost the stream phone. That's funny. Then we want... Is that what I was using for Christmas? I think that's worse. Ooh, shiny. Yeah, my Club Cult thing is very broken now. It finally phased out of bot tricks. You can put my sleep biddy back up. How did this get moved? Oh wait. I see the error of my ways. Oh, I see the error of my ways. Sunset. Move that over. It's about 5:30. It's reasonable. Alright, I'll see you on the other side, Club Cult. Bye.
가요 대중가요 잡을 쌓여 거대한 떡대 니 뒤에다가 대놓고 fuck that 역대로 격해진 우리만의 포켓 긴 말 필요 없이 랩으로 설명해 BTS follow the leader 지금부터 go 해 What? Right
Ready for the shot.
다 들어와 나 랩 와이퍼 완전 사이코 니가 달스라면 이만한 달스 사이퍼 니가 나이스면 이만한 나이스 니가 프라이드면 이만한 크라이슬러 내면 난 프라이슬레스 니들이 뭔데 내 랩은 니들의 식견으로 점수를 매겨 래퍼 여기 원피스 난 흰수염 너는 그냥 긴 수염 한마디로 매겨 fucking 히히하하 띠띠빵빵 신속사백 나가 절차 창마의 절차 밟아 쌍가리고 싹 다 잡아 통스톤 낙낙낙아 Find a home bitch 빙빙 파우파우 넌 울면 찾아가지 니네 아빠 시시각각 랩 이자들의 목을 죄우는 voice PC방 마감 여기 왕국 나는 킹 너는 덤 짝씩 보 3천원 버블검 뛰는 놈이 나는 놈 위에 타는 놈 그게 나 bitch 비보내 나쁜 놈난 걸레처럼 널기만 해가 꾸는다 네 코막을 찢어다 보내 봄봄봄 이건 내 새벽의 저주 악몽 폭행 연쇄살이 강도 동동동 신고 없는 카톡 볼일 없어 벌써 지른 이미야 화장실 없어 내가 지금 명령의 마이크로 고비렸어 넌 그냥 천해 왜 나는 싫었어 나는 밀천해 네가 너무 싫었어 나는 바느질 좀 잘해 실천해 나 지금 랑대 너 좀 위험해 넌 그냥 연해 말했잖아 싫었어 하늘로 올라가 찢어져 fuck it 주석 난 널 믿었어 나의 목소리 나의 헤게모니 1부터 10까지 다 내가 키웠어 나온 세상을 내 혀 위에 올려놓지 흔대서 놀아 I ain't spilling low shit on the CD 아님 TV you can see me and view me so PD GG bitch I'm a monster I rap with a prospect yeah I rap with a mindset I'm a suspect sucker where you rhyme there where you line there I'm the king I'm the god so where my empire's at I perish on my Neverland I'm a Peter Pan soul will never end you know when I ride on my G5 it's your first class and said it's fine I keep giggling please fucking my bitch 참 붙여볼래 자부심과 상한 신념뿐인 신병거리 형들은 열어버리면 해볼래 니가 내볼래 떠떠떠떠러 입이 줄게 한번 해봐 뻑뻑 벌어 지들어 랩이나 좀 잘하고 떠들어 니는 랩 못하게 해 법으로 wow, 누구 때문에 제 형 때문에 누구 때문에 랩몬 때문에 다시 누구 때문에 슈가 때문에 우리 셋이 모여서 새 시대를 외쳐 제 형 때문에 누구 때문에 랩몬 때문에 다시 누구 때문에 슈가 때문에 이 비트 위에 담타자가 랩을 해 내 domain.com 마이크로 여러 톤 냈지 언행은 족쇄 같아 내 제명은 여러 폭행시 낭심이 가득한 덕에 넌 태생부터 겁나 못해 이 비트 위에서 엄살 부리면 넌 그냥 좆대 힙합 꼰대 대목에 힘들어간 것 좀 보세 니같이 한스 노대 BTS 시상에서 너네 밤새잠 퍼질러다 너 애비해 I'm workaholic, shopaholic 네 팬보다 많은 팬을 가소비하며 all-in 참을 걸린 I'm ballin' 네 랩 들으면 더 쏠림 네 여친 더 헐리는 내 목소리 좀 꼴림 작업실 내 놀이 두고 파트너는 팬종이 호비가 걸린 줄 아는 너인 속히 마이크를 내려놓기 내가 해라면 나는 다 내가 뜰 때면 지니까 힙합 진품 명품 새끼들아 거품 위에서 내려와 야 이 개구쟁이들 희구진 네 랩은 그냥 신세 타령 네가 기다려온 시간 시다 오렴 네가 가라 하와이 집에 가렴 내가 어디까지 가나 봐라 썩은뿌리 싹 다 갈아엎어 모두 한판 예상하지 못한 파란 노력 없이 한타만 내대면 막상 꼴에 음악 한다 치고 놀 때 알바 살이나도 알아봐라 널 잡고 가는 다른 커리어는 하나만 하겠지만 꼭 살아남아 꾸준히 죽서가 아마 니들 꼬리 펴는 아마 추억 같은 인생 너의 랩은 하나 봐라 아껴 쓰고 나는 쓴 플러를 받아 쓰고 또 그걸 다시 쓰는 너 Hey bitches 쪽팔린 줄 알아 너 24마디에 너는 다리 피고 알아놔 네 덩치에 비해 랩은 가늘퍼 네 붕어처럼 널 볼 때마다 맘 아파 난 네 음악의 커리어 동맥에 마침표 야!
Bye.